$9,684.95. The balance that is left, $3,875,160.73. And if you look at the overall spending, it's 5% still remaining. If you look at the overall, so I'm hoping you will be getting a copy of this report.
Recently, we had
Hold on. Please mute your phones when you talk to the. Mute your phones. Sounds like Elmer Begay. Please mute your phones.
An operation.
Please mute your phones. Can someone text him? Call his name.
Chair, you can ask for Don or I think it might be Tim Benally to mute his phone.
Can you get a hold of them, Peggy? Or Shkoda? Mr. Francis, let's proceed and see what we can get, how far we can get.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you. Is there an email, what date and what time, so I can pull that up? I'm not following, and I'm not sure if the rest of the committee, if you have a date or a time, I'd like to pull up the document that Shania is referencing. Thank you.
Vice Chair, this is Peggy.
Hold on.
I just barely found it, and its email. It's titled Untitled 63 PDF. That's from Emmett Francis, but it's from me. I'm forwarding his email. It's titled Untitled 63 in parentheses.
Did you get that, Honorable Karate? Peggy's going to be emailing that as soon as possible. Did that answer your question on that behalf, Honorable Karate?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I received the document. I need guidance. If this is, I heard Shania mention this may be sensitive. I know we're at a budget hearing. If I want to ask a question, which I do, how do we proceed? Thank you.
Do we have Legislative Council on board? Legislative Council?
Vice Chair, this is Peggy. Previously, when the Budget and Finance Committee considered the litigation budget, they would go into executive session because the Attorney General would request executive session to discuss the budget.
Thank you, Peggy. Legislative Council, are you on board? Legislative Council?
Vice Chair, I'm back on the line. Was there a question?
Yes, Honorable Karate, could you pose that question to Legislative Council to get your answer on that?
Yes, thank you. I apologize, Vice Chair. Legislative Council, yes. So it sounds like, and in the guidance from OMB and our advisor, that historically Budget and Finance would hear the fixed costs for litigation in executive session. I do have some questions regarding the budget. This is a budget hearing. are my options. I do not want to delay, but I just received this document 2 minutes ago. So I do want to review, but I do have questions, especially seeing some of the numbers. I think we need to be clear on what the ask is and how we move forward. So do we need to do executive session? Do I table this legislation? I need some guidance. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair, I can address that if you would like.
Legislative Council, you have the floor to address Honorable Crotty's question.
Vice Chair, Delegate Crotty, my suggestion would be to hear that in executive session unless the Attorney General thinks that's not necessary. But the dollar amounts relate to how much the nation has to pursue litigation costs. So, in my opinion, that would be something that is a sensitive nature and confidential that would be appropriate for executive session. Chair, members of the committee, thank you.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Is Attorney General with us still on the line?
I'm here, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Attorney General McFall. What is your take on this regarding the information that's being requested by Honorable Crotty? Do we need to go into executive session? If not, then we can continue, and then Honorable Crotty will be asking some questions. If so, if we have to go into executive session, give us your guidance on that.
I guess given I don't know what the questions are going to be, so that's probably wise to go into executive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General McFall. Honorable Crotty, do you want to go into executive session, and for how long? And committee members, if we go into executive session, we need to get a different phone number and have a closed meeting and have a time frame, and certain questions will be posed. If that's the route that Honorable Crotty would like to take, and that will be taken up on a vote. Honorable Crotty?
Thank you, Vice Chair. My suggestion, can you hear me? My suggestion is we do the executive session after we finish with all of the budgets regarding this particular item, and that would also give me time to review. It's a challenge, and I'm going to keep saying this. It's a challenge to receive these documents minutes before, the hearing. And so I'm also challenged with trying to understand the document and be prepared to ask questions. So I also feel like without some internal mechanism, my ability as a delegate to ask questions is being infringed on if I don't receive the documents. I'll take full responsibility if it's in my email or was text to me and I didn't see it, but not having these documents, this has been a huge challenge for going through this budget process that we were notified that we were ready for. So that would be my recommendation, Vice Chair. Can we get this executive session at the end, or because we're still in budget hearing mode? Or do I have the option? I think my question was, can I table and we still get an executive session and be ready for the revisit? I'm also, if we can do that, that would be optimal. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. If we table at this point, we haven't heard the rest of the budget from OMB, Office of Controller, Division of General Services. Your recommendation was to do the executive session at the letter G under 7 regarding the action, if that's all possible. On behalf of that, we could go into the executive on that and then decide whether we table it or whether we move this legislation forward. I think that would be a recommendation. If I'm in line, if that's correct on behalf of that, with the AG going the executive session on your questions. That way you can do a little more review and have some questions ready to go, and you have a time frame on how long you think we should be in executive, because we'll have some reviews at the end of this today, and that's my input on that, Honorable Crotty.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Henio.
Chair Henio, go ahead.
Kushina, as a sponsor of this legislation, I request that maybe we can move forward with the other. We'll set this one aside while the Attorney General gets the needed materials in order, and then at the same time we can let's finish up on the rest of the other items on the agenda. Then come back to the Attorney General. At that time, if we do still need to go to executive session, as Kadoshima Delegate Crotty has requested, that we could go to executive session after we take care of everybody else. That's my recommendation.
Thank you for that, Honorable Chair Henio. That's the same recommendation that I was in line with, and I was wanting to continue with number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7 in regards to that, and then we can have a discussion at the end of this budget hearing regarding whether we should go into executive or not. Is that fine with you, Honorable Crotty?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith and sponsor. I appreciate that guidance. I will need to understand if OMB, what I got was from June 30th, 2020. So I don't know if that's the most current, but that's what was emailed to me. Vice Chair Smith and sponsor, thank you.
Okay, we'll take that into note that you received it, and you're not sure if that is the latest and greatest. OMB, if you do have anything that's current, could you have that emailed to the committee members, and we will continue with the budget hearing on behalf of this, and we will discuss this issue at the end of the agenda under G, Budget Finance Discussion and Action Items. With that, I'd like to continue on. If there's no other questions pertaining to Department of Justice, Attorney General, and the Hopi Partition Land, if we don't have any other questions, committee members?
Pro Temp Chair, excuse me, Honorable Smith, this is Doug Yellow here. I'd like to bring this to your attention, and also Attorney General, and there's one question that I was going to ask, but we move forward very quickly. That is in reference to the Navajo Nation Integrated Justice Information and Sharing Project. I know this came from, or not that kind. Can we go back later after this? About the Hopi Land Petition budget? Is that possible, or is this somebody may say point of order? Project Chair, to recall Navajo Nation Integrated Justice Information Sharing Project. I have some questions on that one, even in addition. Okay.
We can do it one way or the other. We can go back, but we're moving forward. You can bring those questions, because more than likely we're going to be doing some discussion at the end of this on item G, and you can ask those questions at that point in time to Judicial Branch. But at the meantime, let's continue moving forward. Save your question for that time period, Che.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Without any further questions, number 4 on the agenda, on page 4, Division of Human Resources, Retirement Office, Retirement Plan Account. Andrea Holmes, are you still with us?
Yes, Chair, Vice Chair, I'm still here.
Okay, you may proceed with your presentation on business unit number 118018.
Okay, thank you for letting me present. This is the Navajo Nation Department of Program Summary, and this is for the FY 2021. Part 1, Business Unit 118018, and the program title is the Retirement Plan Account -DHR. Division is Human Resources. We're under Executive Branch, and the preparer was myself, Andrea Holmes. Part 2, Funding Source, is General Funds, and this is for the fiscal year October 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2021, and 10 million is the amount, 100%. Part 3, Budget Summary, if you go down to the line item 7,000, Special Transactions, funding code is 1, General Funds, and the approved original budget for fiscal year 2020 was $250,000, and the proposed budget for FY21 is $10 million, giving it a difference. Here we go again. Difference of $9,750,000, and the total at the bottom is for approved original budget $250,000, and then the proposed budget for the total is $10 million. In column C, the difference $9,750,000. We go to part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budget, column D, under original budget is 0. Total number of positions budgeted, column C, is 0. The next line is total number of vehicles budgeted, column B, under original budget is 0. And total number of vehicles budgeted, column E, for proposed budget is 0. Moving on to Budget Form 2, the Navajo Nation Program Performance Criteria for FY 2021. Part 1, Program Information, Business Unit 118018. Program Title, Retirement Plan Account -DHR. Part 2 is the Plan of Operation, which is Resolution DFS 36-18. Part 3, Program Performance Criteria. Number 1 goal statement is make one timely and accurate payment of $10 million to Northern Trust Company. And the performance measure is the one lump sum payment in the amount for the pension liability in the first quarter. So we have number 1 for each quarter. Thank you.
Yeah, Andrea. Committee members, any questions? Madam Mayor, any questions for retirement on behalf of the Business Unit 118018? Thank you, Andrea. Let's move on to the OMB budget, indirect cost plan. OMB.
Mr. Chair, this is Emmett Francis from OMB. This is a budget that is prepared by the contracting officer for OMB, and it's mainly to prepare the information and data to set the indirect cost rate, as well as to recover indirect costs on those contracts that are provided by the BIA and Indian Health Service and any other federal agency where indirect costs is applied and funds are collected from those agencies of the federal government for FY21. Cordell Shorty submitted a budget which exceeded the $23,000. He submitted something like $65,000 to do the indirect costs for the next 4 years. And I'm the one that reviews all these budgets, and before they submit any budgets, they have to do a cost estimate of how much they think certain things will cost for the fiscal year 21. So what this does is it provides funds for a consultant to do the information, put together information for determining the indirect cost rate, as well as using that rate to recover funds, indirect cost funds from the federal offices. So the $23,000 that is requested covers setting the indirect cost rate for 2 years for FY21 and 22. And as you see on Budget Form 1, last year they were provided $12,000, and that was for setting the indirect cost rate for FY20, which was done. And so that's the way the budget is put together. And on Budget Form 2, they want to award and have the consultant contract in place for the IDC rate setting by the third quarter of the fiscal year. And basically, that's the way this budget is put together. And Mr. Dominic Bial also has something to do with putting this budget together. But since I'm the only one that is on the phone right now, I'm just trying to provide information on this budget. Hopefully it will help the committee. And going back to last year's budget, I believe the funds were all spent in this program. $12,000 was provided, and actually the report that is provided, the expenditure report, says that $12,000 hasn't been spent. So I guess they haven't paid the contract. They haven't paid for the contract for FY20 yet. And Mr. Cordell Shorty would know better when the contract will be paid and so on. So the $12,000 is still sitting there. I don't know if it's been paid since in June or not. So that's all I can provide. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. Committee members, questions?
Chair, Pro Temp Chair, got none. Which business unit is that he covered, Mr. Hi.
Mr. Francis, do you have a business unit number for the indirect cost plan?
The business unit number is 118017.
Repeat again.
Business unit number 118017.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Committee members, any other questions for OMB? Mr. Francis? Thank you, Mr. Francis. Moving down to number 6, Office of the Controllers. Under business unit number 118001, annual audit. Do we have the Office of Controller with us this morning?
Good morning, sir. This is Robert Willie from the Controller's Office.
Good morning, Robert Willie. Will you be doing the annual audit?
I'll be doing the annual audit, sir, Mr. Chair. Do I proceed?
Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Here, excuse me.
Okay. This is the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021, annual audit controller, business unit 118001. We're asking for $1,029,754 for the annual audit. The general fund portion of that is $343,241, and the IDC portion is $686,504 for the total of $1,029,745. Excuse me. This is for our external auditors. As you know, our auditor changed for fiscal year 2019, so our external auditor now is Moss Adams. Going on to form number 2, our goal statement is to have the combined financial audit and single audit of the Navajo Nation completed by the 3rd quarter. Usually those are completed by June of each year. This year we actually had the pandemic issue, so that legislation is actually currently going through the system now and should be available within 5 days. A goal statement number 2, complete single audit and the Navajo Nation external programs by the end of the 3rd quarter is same thing. And form 4, if you turn the page, is a breakdown of the fees and the expenses. The fees are in object code 6630, $958,545, and the expenses is in 6640, which is $71,200. And that's the annual audit on, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions, Mr. Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rob Willie. On the business unit 118001, annual audit. Committee members, any questions for the controller regarding the annual audit?
Hold on, please. I'm looking for that one, Pro-Temp Chair.
You guys missed indirect costs. So Dale wasn't available, so I went ahead and presented the budget for fixed costs. No questions, nothing. So I just explained what it was all about, to set the IDC rate in order to get funds back based on the IDC rate, something like that anyway.
Vice Chair, is that OMB talking?
Chiche, did you get it on the forms?
let me ask our advisor, Peggy, on that annual audit from Mr. Willie. What tab is that one?
Go ahead, Peggy.
Members of the committee, the tab 10 is the fixed cost, and the budget has a purple divider, and it says Office of the Controller. And it's right after the retirement services. Also has a purple divider right after the Attorney General's budget.
I've got
see
it. I've got it right here. Yeah, I've got it right here.
Thank you.
Negotiating committee members, we have a report from Rob Willie under the Office of Controller, annual audit. Rob Willie, let's go down to the office machines, building maintenance.
Mr. Chair, the office machine building and maintenance actually doesn't have a budget this year. I think it was taken off last year. It might have been an oversight.
Okay, just follow along on the agenda. Is that correct, Peggy?
I believe so. I sent out the agenda, and no one responded with any edits that needed to be made, so I just left it on there, but I'll delete it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Emmett Francis from OMB. I just want to explain why there's no budget for office machines and building maintenance. Basically, it got mostly IDC money to help with preparing especially office machines and minor building maintenance with the IDC money. Since there is an office that does that separately, we moved those IDC monies over to that office. So this office is no longer, or at least this budget is no longer getting any funds at all, because those funds were moved to another program that does the office machines and building maintenance. So that's why there is no budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. It's good understanding on the behalf. It's that. Committee members, let's move on to item C, FMIS debit service. Business unit number 118010. And do we have, are you going to be doing that, Mr. Wu?
Good morning. My name is Laura Johnson. I'll be covering the FMIS fixed cost budget for Office of the Controller.
Good morning, Laura. Okay, you have the floor for Forms 1 and 2.
I also want to just clarify that I did email Ms. Peggy this morning regarding the oath.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
For the FMIS Debt Service, Business Unit 118010, Budget Form 1, we have the fixed cost amount from General Fund allocation at $982,744. For Part 3, last year's approved original budget, the amount's the same. And column B, the amount is the same. On page 2, Form 2, for Business Unit 118010, FMIS Debt Service, the goal statement, again, is just timely payments of loan debt and to make the payments to loan institutions. On page 3, the loan payment amount for the loan agreement is budgeted under the 7000 series. And that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. That was short and sweet on behalf of the budget forms 1, 2, and 3. Committee members, questions on the FMIS debit service? Therefore, there's no questions. Laura Johnson. Next one is fixed cost investment fee regarding the business unit number 118020. This would be presented by Brent Juanica.
Yes, Chair. Pro Tem, I'm here. I can proceed.
Simplify. Go ahead.
Ross. Business Unit 118020, program fixed cost investment fee. We're requesting $150,000, even, no change from last year. This is for the general fund investment fees that we have, and this will same thing as yesterday. As I went over, this will be coming from the general fund's interest income. That's all I really have to report on this. Pretty straightforward, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Juanica. Appreciate that. Business unit number 118020. Committee members, any questions for Mr. Juanica regarding the investment fee? If not, moving on to item E, FMIS maintenance service. Business unit number 118022, presented by Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorary Delegate. For Budget Form 1, this is for Business Unit 118022, FMIS fixed cost maintenance. Under Part 2, we have general funds. The fixed cost allocation was $1,278,960. For the indirect cost allocation was at $564,848. Under the budget summary, Part 3, we have column A, which was last year's approved original budget at $1,591,801. And then you have the proposed budget for this year at $1,843,808. There's a difference there, an increase of $252,007. We have no positions and no vehicles. On Budget Form 2, for Business Unit 118022, FMIS fixed cost maintenance service, we have 5 goals. First goal statement was to make quarterly payments regarding annual maintenance fees to Oracle. The second goal statement was to make annual payments due at various times throughout the year regarding support and maintenance fees. The third statement is to continue disaster recovery site payments per contract terms. The fourth statement was complete and sign hardware inventory on a quarterly basis per audit requirements. And the fifth statement was complete and sign software inventory per the audit requirements. And that's pretty much it. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Laura. Committee members, any questions? Bless you. Committee members, no questions. Thank you, Laura. On the Business Unit 118022. Moving on to number 7, Division of Social Services, Insurance Premiums. Letter A, Business Unit 118004. Do we have Division of Social Services or Division of General Service with us?
Mr. Chair, Shonovan Dale with Risk Management here. That is one of my business units.
Good morning, Chiche. Yes, we proceed with the business unit number 118004.
All right. Thank you, Chiche. Good morning, Council delegates. I hope you all had a restful evening, and thank you for your commitment and service. I know it's long and trying, but I'll get through my budget here really quick. Navajo Nation insurance premiums Division of General Services Risk Management basic risk management nata the Neba Washington Enterprise chapters of that Aggie and that Yard Lineage Business Unit 118004 AA Navajo Nation Plateau Netligi et insurance. So to preface the presentation, this is a pool. The risk management program oversees the insurance premiums business unit 118004 for the Navajo Nation. This is for paying the Navajo Nation's share or allocation of the premium allocations. Because it's a pool, the Navajo Nation shares a part of that responsibility and pays their portion for the insurance pool. For this year's budget presentation, it's a proposed budget for FY 2021, Business Unit 118004, Insurance Premiums. Under the Division of General Services, this budget is prepared by myself. My contact information is there. Part 2 on your budget form 1 is we are general funded. Portion 63% of it is general funded for this upcoming fiscal year, $2,642,349. A part of the other portion is made up by IDC recovery for the next upcoming fiscal year, the amount of $1,584,015, which equates to 37%. Total budget is $4,226,364. Part 3, budget summary. There are no personnel expenses. There are no travel expenses. There are no meeting expenses. There are no supply expenses. There are no lease and rental expenses. There are no communication and utilities expenses. There are no repairs and maintenance expenses. There are no contractual service expenses. The only section that we have under this budget is for special transactions. Last year's budget was $4,203,218. This year I am proposing $4,226,364, an increase of $23,146. There are no positions under this budget, also no vehicles under this budget. Performance measure on budget form 2, page 2. Our goal statement is Navajo Nation Claims Administration. This is to report 80 Navajo Nation claims received per quarter. Goal statement number 3, this is closure of Navajo Nation claims. Report 40 claims closed per quarter. Goal statement number 3, insurance review minimums on contract. 45 contracts reviewed per quarter. Goal statement number 4, Navajo Nation Outreach. Perform 5 presentations, outreach trainings per quarter for Navajo Nation programs. Goal statement number 5 is administration of litigated cases. Report and close 1 litigation claims per quarter. This one is the only one I've increased. It was 1 every first and third quarter. However, I'm being optimistic that we are having an aggressive stance, so we will be increasing that to 1 per quarter instead of 1 every other quarter. Mr. Chair, budget is signed there. I'm not sure if you have the one that's not signed by Mr. Azrit, but there was a request and that was corrected, so there was a signed budget form too that has been submitted to OMB, Mr. Chair. If we can go to page 4, this breaks down where the allocations will go. Budget form 4 on page 3. This is the insurance premium breakdown. Allocations, the revenue, and under 7,000 series special transactions. The insurance premiums will be divided in this fashion. The allocation for excess liability in $667,645. Insurance broker service fee is $196,537. Property premium $751,481. Boiler machinery $57,619. Commercial crime $209,811. Navajo Nation self-insured buildings $1,275,775. Risk management, part of our operation budget, $324,492. Loss control, $236,091. Lawyers professional liability, $14,197. Aviation, $46,226. Our third-party administrators or adjusters, $48,384. Attorney's fees, $163,618. Above-ground storage tank, underground storage tank, and pollution liability. We're in a 3-year policy, though, so there's no budget because we are in our last year. Travel and student accidental death and dismemberment insurance, $24,368. Navajo Nation self-insured funds, $210,120. This is more for a GL policy. Total is $4,226,364. Mr. Chair, presiding chair.
I appreciate that, Chair. And the business unit number 118004. Committee members, questions for the insurance premium?
Yellow hair.
Chair, you got a question? We'll give you the floor. Go ahead.
No, I don't have any question about it. Everything's fine the way I have been, low temperature.
Bushing, no questions on behalf of insurance premiums. Let's move on to letter B, utilities. Jay, you got the floor.
I'm not sure if Miss Pearl Lee is on the line for that one.
Yes, I am on the line.
Ms. Pearl Lee, have you been sworn in?
Yes. I sent an email to Peggy.
Great. With that, you may continue on bid unit number 18005. You have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm going to present 3 business units, but I'll stop at each time for any questions, and I'll proceed to the next one. So the first business unit I am going to present is the fixed cost utility budget. So going to budget form 1, the part 1, the business unit number is 118005. Program title fixed cost utilities under the Division of General Service under the executive branch, was prepared by Barbara Yazzie, and there's her information. Part 2, funding source. Our first funding source is general fund for fiscal year term 10/1/20 to 9/30/21 in the amount of $3,243,731, which is 64% of our budget. Our next funding source is indirect cost recovery, fiscal year term 10/1/20 to 9/30/21 in the amount of $1,862,138, comprising 36% of the budget, for a total budget of $5,105,869 at 100%. Going on to Part 3, budget summary. Our first budget line item is 5500 communication utilities, fund type code 1. Our current budget is $4,302,529. Our proposed budget is $4,792,564, with a difference increase of $490,035. Next line item is 6,000 repair and maintenance. Fund type code is 1. Our current budget is $319,000. Our proposed budget is $313,305, with a decrease of $5,695. Our overall budget in column 8 for the current budget is $4,615,529. In column B, our proposed budget is $5,105,869, with a total increase of $484,340. Going to Part 4, there are no positions or vehicles for this business unit. Going on to Budget Form 2. Part 1, Business Unit 118005 for the fixed cost utilities. Part 2 is our plan of operation that was approved for HESI. Part 3 is our program performance criteria. Our first goal statement is to report dollar amount for our utility invoices received for the Navajo Nation. Our performance measure is the amount spent for the Navajo Nation utility invoices. So for each quarter, our goal is $1,150,000. The second goal statement is to monitor utility invoices that are received for the Navajo Nation. Our program performance measure is the number of invoice processed for the Navajo Nation. Our goal for each quarter is 525. With that, Vice Chair, that completes my presentation for this business unit.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, regarding the business unit number 118005. Committee members, any questions for utilities, fixed costs? I hear no questions being asked. Let's go to letter C, telecommunications, business unit 118007. Ms. Lee, you have the floor.
Okay, going to Budget Form 1, Part 1, Business Unit number 118007, Program Title Fixed Cost Telecommunications, under the Division of General Service and the Executive Branch. This budget was prepared by Monica I.Z. Rohorn. There's her contact information. Going on to Part 2, we have two funding sources. The first funding source is general fund. Fiscal year term is 10/1/20 to 9/30/21 in the amount of $426,275, which is 31% of the budget. Our second funding source is indirect costs. Fiscal year term is 10/1/20 to 9/30/21 in the amount of $962,954, which is 69% of our budget. The total amount of our budget is $1,389,229, which equals 100%. Going on to Part 3, Budget Summary. The only line item that we're budgeted for is 5500 Communication Utilities, Fund Type Code 1. Our current budget is $1,401,592. Our proposed budget is $1,389,229, with a decrease of $12,363. Going to Part 4, there are no positions and vehicles under this business unit. Going to Budget Form 2, Part 1, this is for Business Unit 118007, which is the fixed cost telecommunication. Part 2 cites our plan of operation approved by HESI. Going to Part 3, our first goal statement is to report dollar amount for telecommunication invoices. Our performance measure is the total amount spent for Navajo Nation telecommunication invoices. Our goals for each quarter is $300,000. Our second goal statement is to report telecommunication invoices that received for the Navajo Nation. Our performance measure is the number of invoice processed for the Navajo Nation. And our goal for each quarter is $5,500. That completes my presentation, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Burley. Committee member, any questions on letter B, utilities? Moving forward, letter C, telecommunications, business unit number 118007. Ms. Burley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The business unit that I'll be going over is the radio communications, which is 118008. So going to Budget Form 1, Part 1, Business Unit 118008, Program Title Fixed Cost Radio Communication under the Division of General Service in the Executive Branch. This budget was prepared by Barbara Yazzie, and there is her contact information. Part 2 is the funding source. The first funding source is General Fund for the fiscal year term 10/1/20 to 9/30/21 in the amount of $201,337, which is 37% of the budget. Our second funding source is Indirect Cost Recovery, fiscal year term of 10/1/20 to 9/30/21 in the amount of $336,076, which is 63% of the budget. The total budget is $537,413, which is 100%. Going on to Part 3, Budget Summary. Our first budget line item is $4,000, which is supplies, fund type code 1. Our current budget is $76,780. Our proposed budget is $211,200. The next line item is $5,500, communication utilities, fund type code 1. Our current budget is $102,779. Our proposed budget is $135,463, with an increase of $32,684. The next line item is $6,500, contractual services, fund type code 1. Our current budget is $216,000. Our proposed budget is $186,000, with a decrease of $30,000. The next line item is $7,000, special transactions, fund type code 1. Our current budget is $3,325. Our proposed budget is $4,750, with an increase of $1,425. Our total current budget in column A is $398,884. Our proposed budget in column B is $537,413. The total difference is an increase of $138,529. Going to Part 4, this business unit doesn't have any positions or vehicles. So going to Budget Form 2, Part 1, this is the business unit 118008. For the fixed cost radio communication. Part 2 cites our plan of operation that was approved by HESI. Part 3 is our program performance criteria. Our first goal statement is to upgrade two-way radio communication for first responders. Our program performance measure is the number of two-way radio communication equipment purchased. So for the first quarter, we have a goal of 20, second quarter 20, third quarter 25, and the fourth quarter 0, because we would have expended all our funds that were allocated by then. Our second goal statement is to increase two-way radio communication coverage, and our performance measure is number of two-way radio communication license purchase. Our goal for quarter 1 is 1, second quarter is 2, third quarter is 2, and the fourth quarter is 0. We would have purchased all our licenses with the funding that we were allocated. Goal statement 3, to upgrade two-way radio coverage equipment. And the performance measure is number of two-way radio base stations or repeater purchase. First quarter goal is 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 0. That's because we would have purchased the equipment we needed with the funding that we were proposed to be allocated. Vice Chair, that completes my presentation on this business unit.
Everything. Thank you very much, Ms. Lee, on business unit number 110808, Radio Communications. Committee members, any questions?
Chair, I apologize. I did have one more thing to mention. Our current budget under the contractual services 6910, we're requesting a carryover amount of $130,000. This money was designated to upgrade the radio frequency network that's used by the Navajo Nation first responders, police, fire, and EMS, along with other two-way radio users like INDOT, Navajo Transit, Division of Natural Resources. And because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the 22-week government shutdown, we were unable to expend these funds. So we're requesting for FY20 carryover balance for $130,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, regarding the carryover request at $430,000 for the next fiscal year 2021. Committee members, any questions or concerns regarding the radio communication, or also the last request on the carryover amount?
Chair, this is Mrs. Lee again. I just wanted to clarify that the amount is $130,000, not $430,000.
Okay, I heard 130 earlier, then I heard 430. So 130 is corrected on the carryover. Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Lee. Committee members, it is carryover is being requested for $130,000, not $430,000. Any questions, committee members?
This is Delegate Crotty with a question, Chair, Vice Chair.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I apologize, I had to step off. It looks like these first responder expense are CARES eligible. I know, Ms. Lee, you sent me a request, and at that time there were so many requests and proposals coming in. Can you help me understand why this wasn't proposed in the CARES funding, seeing that it's general funds or IDC costs that would fund something that's CARES eligible? That's my first question. Second question is regarding, well, let me ask that first question first. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Any other questions from the committee member before I turn it back over to Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, you have the floor to question that was posed to you on Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Delegate Crotty, for your question. Yes, it's definitely CARES eligible. The money that's currently budgeted in our this fixed cost account, like I said, was designated to upgrade the two-way radio network because we're negotiating currently with N2A to use some of their towers to put antennas up there and to increase the coverage. So we have to buy base stations, antennas. We have to hire a contractor to install the equipment. But like I said, because of the pandemic, we weren't able to move forward on it. That was the reason why I was requesting for the carryover, $130,000. But yes, you are correct. I did submit a CARES funding package. Initially, it was at 2 million, I think it was, and that was for 30 sites, and those were to build towers. Okay, and that initially was the one I sent you, and I also sent it to Chris Vicente, and he was going to, he was taking the broadband request for the president's office, my understanding. So they had returned it back and said they were concerned that they needed right of way on all of them. So we revised it to, instead of construct towers, to co-locate on existing towers. So that whittled it down to like, I think it was like 5.2 million. We resubmitted that, and then they still had some concerns with meeting the deadline by the end of the year. So we re-looked at it, and we selected, I think it was, I want to say 12 sites, and there was like 2.2 million, and those were the sites that would highly likely be completed. But we didn't get funded either, so that's where it stands.
Vice Chair Smith, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
I just got a phone call drop, so I'm back on board. Last I recall was Ms. Pearl-Lee was answering a question on the CARES Act. Honorable Crotty, does that answer your question?
Thank you, Vice Chair. It does. Ms. Lee, if I can invite you to submit that proposal for $2.2 million. We are, what is this, the fifth round of CARES funding. I think it's important if we could meet the deadline. I'm also have a 911 proposal that I would like to ask for you to review. I think it's interesting how we're not looking at the emergency response. And if I may, Vice Chair, I'm sorry, I know we moved beyond telecommunication, but if I could just get some guidance, what would it look like for your shop to pay for internet across Navajo Nation? We have students that do not have access. I don't know if it's just, I know that there's geographic barriers, but whoever will listen, we need to develop Wi-Fi hotspots, whatever they do at the tribal fair where they're bringing in buses, we need at least 110 here on Navajo. How can your office help with that cost or request that through CARES funding? Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding the question for telecommunications, Ms. Pearl-Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for your question. Insofar as our assistant with our current budget, I'm assuming that's what you're referring to. Right now, we're at 72% expenditure. And I'm currently looking at our budget to see what funds we'll have available remaining. And we could potentially assist in that manner, but we would have to reach out to vendors to see what the cost is and whether they have the equipment and so forth. So it's going to be, and I need some time to review your request. So at this point, I would say it's possible to assist, but until I research it more, I could get an answer back to you sometime next week, possibly, or definitely I will. I hope that answers your question, Delegate Crotty.
Okay, committee members, any other questions? Does that answer your question, Honorable Crotty?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Pearlie, and I'm hoping that communications will be upgraded, that our first responders, meaning all the first responders, will have good communications. It's been many years and many years of dead zones. I've been out there as a first responder, and I know those dead zones still exist. So hopefully we can get those dead zones up to beyond standards and beyond capability of keeping that communication open. Thank you, Ms. Burley. Moving on down to...
I'm sorry, Vice Chair, I do have one more question.
Okay, Honorable Crotty, you have one more question. I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. Shumangeja, why doesn't this fixed cost cover chapter expense or senior center expense? I have to, we have centers that are offline, and I just received last week, was it social services in Gallup? Their electricity was turned off. So I guess just help me explain how oh gosh, I know we're on radio, but committee members, we can answer that offline, but I think there should be some mechanism to help with fixed cost utilities with 118005. It's a issue that impacts direct services. Sorry, Vice Chair, we moved on. Sorry.
That's quite all right. So I think of our elders and the chapter houses, ensuring that they don't get cut off. Ms. Burley, you want to answer that question?
Yes. Thank you again, Delegate Crotty. I understand your concern, but my budget is limited. In fact, every year I request for funding based on the current expenditures that we have as far as the buildings that we cover or the programs that we cover. And every year I don't get enough. But surprisingly, this year I got more. But that's just based on our current expenditures as far as what we cover. And for the past years, we always get IDC. So that makes up for the shortfall every year, okay? So since it looks like my proposed budget of $5,105,000 is going to cover us, so I'll actually have some IDC money available to assist the senior centers. But that's not going to come until December, January. And I would like to cover them, but unless I'm giving additional funding for it, I can't commit to it. But for this upcoming fiscal year, we potentially will have some funding, and I could earmark it for them. Thank you.
Garcia? Honorable Crotty, any other more questions?
Thank you, Vice Chair. If I may, if you could give us those numbers. I understand you don't get budget, and I think every year we ask you, but because we do have programs like social service who have the funding, it's a matter of them paying their bill, right? Like they get behind. It's always there's funding there, but it's paying the bill. And maybe we could do a scaffold approach. Those programs that are more of high risk, and I'm thinking of senior centers and other maybe social services that are having challenges, and whatever funding, especially general funds that is given to them, then that would be given to your office to administer. Unless you have challenges paying your bills, please let me know, and then I'll go to Plan B. Thank you.
Thank you again, Delegate Crotty. Okay, so what you're asking is, what you're saying is the programs have the money budgeted, but the challenge is paying the bill. So one of the things that we can offer is we change the billing address to those invoices, and they come directly to us. And then we get the business unit number from the programs, and we process the payment. but they'll still need to sign off on it, and then we submit them to Office of the Controller. We do handle that, we do have that process with some of NDOT's accounts. I think it's only NDOT that we do that with, but it's a mechanism that we're using right now. But I'd probably have to sit with each of the senior centers offices and see how many accounts they have, because they get them directly. So, but I will be willing to sit down and discuss it further with them.
Bushy, committee members, we need to move on. This is good discussion. If there's an action item, we can discuss that. But back to the carryover. Ms. Pearl Lee was asking for the carryover on this. Committee members, what's the suggestion on it?
Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Jay, go ahead. Delegate Yellowhair.
So you questions about a carryover $130,000 from the fixed cost, the radio communication addressed by Curly, program manager. So I supported a carryover for her program, pro temp chair.
Bushy, I guess we can discuss that at the end of the action items and the discussion. We'll keep that in mind on the $130,000 for the carryover. Okay, let's move on to item E, business unit number 118023. Herman Begay, are you available? And have you been sworn in?
I am here. This is Herman Begay, but I haven't been sworn in yet.
Okay, thank you, sir. Could you email that? I'm not sure of the particulars on that, but Peggy, can you make sure that that is done so that we can proceed?
Yes, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Mr. Herman Begay hasn't provided an email to affirm that he is telling the truth, affirming his oath that he's telling the truth. So he just needs to send one to me if he has my email address.
No, I don't, ma'am.
It's Peggy Nakai at Navajo-NSN.gov. PEGGYNAKAI at Navajo-NSN.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy, and thank you, Herman. While you're doing that, let's move on to item F, and then we'll come back to E once Mr. Begay gets that taken care of. On item F, letter F, Information Technology, business unit number 118026, Alexander Largy. Largy, are you sworn in? Are you available?
He provided his email.
I am on here. And then I just emailed my email.
Huh? Do you have Mr. Largy on board?
Yes, I am.
Correct. Please mute your phones, Ashwanda. We can hear conversation. If you hear me, please mute your phones. Thank you.
Mr. Pro Temp, yes, I did email my oath. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Vice Chair, Alex has
Peggy, go ahead.
his oath. Yeah, Alex has affirmed his oath by email. Thank you.
I can barely hear you, Peggy. Speak up, please.
Sorry, I thought I was speaking up. Can you hear me now? Vice Chair, can you hear me now? Okay. Alex Largy has affirmed his oath. Thank you, by email.
Okay, business unit number 118026, Information Technology. Alex, are you there? Then you may proceed if you are there.
Thank you, Pro Chair. This is Alex Largy. Yes, I'll be going over the our budget summary report for fixed costs for Part 1, business unit number 1188026, program title Fixed Cost Information Technology under Division of General Services, prepared by Raya Dawidi, and the phone number for our department and the email address is there.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Could you get closer to the phone, please? It sounds like you're a distance away from the phone. We'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Mic check again. Is this better?
Superb.
Is this a little better? So this is a little bit better, sir? I'm sorry.
Try again.
Okay, I put you on my microphone now, so.
Good enough. That's perfect. You may proceed.
Okay, going on to part 2, funding source. This is general funds from year 10/1/20 to 9/30/21 in the amount of 400,000 at 100%. And then part 2, budget summary. Personnel all the way down to communication utilities are all blank, and we just have a 6,000 repair and maintenance cost in there for funding code 1. The original budget was 300,000. Proposed budget this year is 400,000, a difference of 100,000, and then the rest from contractual service to indirect costs are all blank. So and then in budget part 4, there's no position or vehicle. And then going on to budget form 2, under program information, but business unit 1188026, program title Fixed Cost Information Technology, and then the approved HESI resolution for Department of Information Technology is there. And then we have one goal statement under Part 3, performance criteria is a Picuri Navajo Nation Microsoft Enterprise license. And then the program performance measure is deploying and maintaining Microsoft Enterprise license agreement. And then one goal is in the fourth quarter. And that's what I have for our fixed cost proposal budget. Thank you.
Hagushi, thank you for the information on the information technology, Mr. Largy. Committee members, any questions?
Chair, Pro Temp Chair, yeah, thank you. Ms. Yeller here again.
So go ahead.
Almost on time. Based on the budget form 2, and this is the first time I saw it under Part 3 program performance criteria. There's no markup in the first, second, third, fourth quarter. Can Mr. Begay explain that, Chair? That's just my comments on what the issues I have. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair.
Shache. The presenter is Alex Largy. Are you on the same page that we are on? Mr. Begay was put to the side because he hasn't sworn in yet. We're going to go back to that.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, okay. Thank you.
So you want to answer that question, Mr. Pro Chair?
Yes, go ahead and answer that question, Mr. Largy.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yallahare. The reason why there's only one goal statement underneath that is this is we're doing a 3-year engagement with Insight. We buy the software and we only do an annual payment of one payment for the next 3 years, and that's the reason why we only make one payment out of this fixed cost, and that's the end of the quarter. each quarter or each fiscal year. Well, one lump sum.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, any other questions?
This is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Honorable Karate, you may proceed with your question.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Shaz. We were on calls here. So it looks like you spend your funding on repairs and maintenance. And then if it's just predominantly to spend on the Microsoft, is that the licensing, so help me understand, is that just to get the program installed into the computers, like when we upgrade, or is this funding that's used to repair Microsoft licenses? Because my question is, when I went to the university, because I was affiliated with the university, I received a discount on the Microsoft license product. And so my question is there opportunity for our Navajo, because the government has this agreement, is there room to provide a reduced cost of that license material, like Microsoft, the package, to our Navajo citizens? Thank you, Vice Chair.
Alex, go ahead and answer that question.
Okay. Thank you for that question, Delegate Karate, Jamal. This Microsoft license agreement, they come in all different flavors, and I think I'm understanding your question that in the educational world there's a lot of discounts for them, and then in the enterprise world, in the government engagement with enterprise licensing, there's different flavors again. So this is where we're engaged with Microsoft to buy the Exchange license, the email license, and then there's another application called SharePoint, and then Skype for Business, and then the right to run the Windows servers. So these are the back-end applications that we have the right for you to run and communicate with us. It's not necessarily the end product of the Office that you're thinking about. So this is what this is, the software. So that's my answer.
Honorable Crotty, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. It does answer my question, but it leads me to another question regarding Skype for Business. As a consumer or being affiliated with Navajo Nation, do we have a Skype business account that we could be using to enhance our telecommunication? Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Back to you, Alex.
Yes, Shema, yes, we do have the internal, we host this Skype for Business services internally for the Navajo Nation. And then during the pandemic, we did echo that to your IT folks and then other divisions and other programs, and we utilize on a daily basis. So the way it works is people just request for it, and then that's how you engage. And just as long as you have a Navajo-NSN.gov account, you will be able to use the Skype for Business, and then you could also dialogue with other outside entities with this Skype for Business.
Kushi, yeah. Committee members, any other questions?
One last question, Vice Chair.
Honorable Crotty, one more question. You have the floor.
Yes, I don't want to apologize, committee members. I think this budget should be looking at the future, how we deal with the virus and the impact. So, how is this going to help Navajo Nation telecommunicate? How is this is this also available to the chapters? I don't think they have that Navajo-NSN. I think it's at chapters. Give me that example, because I think the more that we can isolate or socially distance is our best defense to this virus. I don't really see that huge uplift in telecommunication. Rather, I see more of the easier route is just having people come back to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Alex, back to you.
Thank you for that question again, Mr. Crotty. I guess for me, from the IT world, it's a little bit harder to explain and how these things function. But today, like I was telling you earlier, that you were asking the question that we're licensed to run Skype for Business for 1,600 users on Navajo. Anybody that has a Navajo-NSN.gov account. So Skype for Business is licensed like that. So they could, all these 600 license account can dialogue with people outside. So then we have an audio dial-in also on the Skype for Business. So just like the way we're doing a call right now, people can dial into the Skype for Business via audio. The Skype for Business also can dial a voice call like WebEx or Zoom. It's the same concept. But yes, the chapters could utilize this. We could set up an account like for you, and you could be the hosting person, and then you could invite people outside your entity, and they can call into Skype for Business if you want to go that route. That's how we do it for some of the divisions and some of the programs within the Navajo Nation.
Thank you.
Okay, committee members, any other questions for Alex?
Chair, this is Doug Gideon here again. I saw that justifications on the just questions about there's no marks in the performance criteria. So there is a justification I saw in here for the Navajo Nation, the Microsoft Enterprise Agreements that I guess this is a 3 of 3 annual installment is due until September 30 next year. So upgrade is needed, and upgrade is needed this year, and also a true up to cost will be included. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, no, Mr. Largo. Yeah, that's all I have, Mr. Pro Temp Chair. Thank you.
I appreciate committee members. I think we've exhausted the questions and got all the information. Let's move back to item E. Is Mr. Herman Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yeah. Vice Chair, I have a question here. Aspida, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you loud and clear. You have the floor, Honorable Begay. Ask your question.
Okay, understanding that we have IT on the line now. I know that it's been almost 6 months now since this pandemic occurred on the reservation, and regarding the public health orders, people have got the things that a lot of the way the Navajo Nation operates, so it is a vehicle. So the way it was before. So my thought here is that so especially right now, that the priority from the IT has undergone, and I don't know what kind of plans they have regarding this pandemic. After the fact that out of place of or the sex and excuse that we're doing, and then at the same time we're saying that Navajo Nation employees on Douglas and that all the office were closed, and it's the excuse that we're doing right now. This is something that really happened on Niho today. I think that we're still calling in, and some chapter had to go outside and to try to get some other vendors come in to repair phone lines, to improve our phone lines, landlines. So right now I'm talking to one. Okay, we had to get it from Frontier. They gave us a improvement of how we can teleconference device called Navajo IT 8. I would say that I have no confidence in that. I could face another kid who years another. There's no such plan to implement that. Like I said, from the beginning, 6 months is late. People, their line drops or they're not on mute and they're panic. They have outside. They have even court hearings so that a visual conference on Zoom the banda go. On here, we haven't improved it yet. Called the priority and what's the plan of this? Throughout the budget hearing, there's nothing that in place that this is how we can improve. Look, I don't need we can start from here. Don't need it.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
That will be my question. If there's any plans for that, I'm back to mute.
Vice Chair, if we're going to run out of time, can we recess for 30 minutes while we reestablish the call?
Yes.
Yes, let's recess for 30 minutes. Committee members, return back at
1:30.
1:30?
1:30.
1:30. Let's return back at 1:30. Everybody return back at 1:30. Thank you. Take care. Recess for 1:30, up to 1:30. Committee members.
Good.
Hello, is anybody there? Hello, anybody there?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Peggy here.
Okay, this is Jamie. I'm right here.
Vice Chair Smith calling in. You out there?
Peggy. Peggy.
Yes.
Okay, I'm on my way to Windrock. I gotta sign some stuff there over at Speaker's office, and is there anything that I need to sign prior to tomorrow's Navajo meeting?
I don't think so. What were you thinking that you might have to sign?
The Delegate here is Auditor General's legislation committee reports. Or that's not till next week, but we do the comprehensive, right?
Right. We don't need to worry about that so much until next week. So I haven't even gotten there. I'm trying to get through these budget hearings right now. I'm having internet problems as far as like emailing you guys because it's really bogged down.
Okay. Okay, it is. I asked, but okay. I'll be in the area, leaving the Rainbow right now, so I'm waiting to roll call. So I'm sitting here at the Family Dollar right now.
Okay.
Chanella, are you on board?
Good afternoon, Chanella. Yes, I'm waiting to do the roll call whenever you want me to go ahead and do the roll call.
Yes, go ahead and start. We were told to, we were going to come back at 1:30. It's 1:33, so let's see who's all here.
Okay, roll call for August 28, 2020, oversight budget hearing, reconvening from recess. Jamie, can you?
I'm here. Raymond.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Raymond Smith Jr.
Present. Just on.
Okay, thank you, Chanella. Jimmy Yellowhair. Jimmy Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay. Elmer P. Begay. Amber Kenneth Balcrotti.
Yes, it's Delegate Amber Kenneth Balcrotti. I'm calling in from Windrock, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Nathaniel Brown. Nathaniel Brown. Vice Chairman, I'm sorry, we have 3 members present.
Thank you, Chanella. We'll wait a couple more minutes to see if we can get one more on board.
Vice Chair and members of the committee, just FYI, I did email you a copy of the indirect cost budget. We didn't have that in our binders. I don't know if you had copies in there, but Ramona and I hadn't received those, but now we did, and I emailed it out to you. The other thing is also the general services insurance, Shauna Vendale had a Form 2 that wasn't signed in the one that he presented this morning. It's the one on the insurance premiums, but he did send that out to me, and I forwarded that copy to you. So I'm just letting you know. I'm having some difficulty trying to email from home, but hopefully I'll be able to get the information to you. The other thing is I'm working on getting a number from the AG for the executive session after we complete these other fixed costs. So I will text that to you. So that's just my FYI.
Chair or Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I just want to point that we did amend the BIM, and so signed budget forms are, maybe if Christian can explain that amendment. It's my understanding that budget forms do not need to be delayed for signature. If I could get that clarification, thank you.
Now you're back online.
Okay, Honorable Crotty, we got one more member on, and do remind me before we start to ask that question to Legislative Council. I don't know if Legislative Council is on board, but I think we have a quorum. Ramona, can you do another roll call to confirm that?
Sure, Vice Chairman. Roll call for the oversight budget hearing, August 28, 2020. Jamie Henio?
I'm here. Raymond Smith.
Raymond Smith Jr.?
President Chanela, Susana, Arizona.
Okay, thank you, Chanela. Jimmy Yellowhair?
Here in Window Rock, Arizona. Yep. Hey.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Yellowhair. Elmer P. Begay? Elmer P. Begay? Amber Kenneth Crotty?
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty, calling from Window Rock, from the Great Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Nathaniel Brown?
Hi, this is Delegate Brown here, calling from Window Rock.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chain. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members present.
Thank you, Chanela. We have 5 members present. We'll convene at 1:38 p.m. after the recess. Committee members, we were on Alex's report, and I think there was a question for Elmer Begay. And in the process, he was explaining the question, but we don't have Honorable Elmer Begay on board. Do we have Alex? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Okay, great. I guess you can continue on your response, and hopefully Elmer is listening to catch what is being said. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. Yes, the question was, is there an IT plan for the IT for the government? So then certain IT initiatives or certain things are not working right. So this past year, right during the pandemic, we did an IT strategic workshop. In June, we reached out all to leadership and delegates, and we wanted to align ourselves with the business continuity of the government. And there was really low turnout from leadership. Only Kealan Begay took the survey in June. So that's what happened as far as the IT plan is concerned. We're continuing to work with the IT plan, and we will have one soon as far as a newer version. There is one on Department of Information Technology's website, an IT plan, but we'll continue to massage ours, and hopefully we get this done soon. But we are working on that. And then as far as technology challenges, my understanding from what Mr. Begay's challenge with is that I just overheard Peggy, I'm not sure where she's calling in from. She's having capacity challenge or bandwidth challenges. So those are all the different challenges that are on the reservation, and Department of Information Technology is not tasked to do the broadband bill out. So that's more of the state, the enterprises like NTUA and Cellular One, Frontier, Sacred Winds. They all offer the connectivity side of this, and then DIT is right now is tasked to run the government inside the government. Where you're running WinRock, and then we take care of that. But we do provide connectivity services to 13 remote sites, but we subscribe to NTUA's network. So that's how we have a network here within the Department of Information Technology. And that was a great question, and it is a challenge to get leadership and all the stakeholders involved to move forward to massage this. It's an endless thingy that we have to continue working on all these different challenges in the information technology. And today, information technology connectivity is essential to the Navajo Nation government itself, and we've seen it through this pandemic. And we continue to have leadership support us and continue to massage us and move forward and lessen the gap as far as the technology challenges are, but we are moving forward on an IT plan. I'm not sure if I answered Mr. Elmer Begay's question, but that would be my answer. Thank you.
Appreciate. Thank you, Alex. I don't know if Honorable Begay is back on. Honorable Begay, are you on?
Yeah.
Did you catch that answer that was presented?
Follow-up question.
Go ahead, follow-up question.
Okay, thank you for that, Alex. I know that I don't know how many times I requested through our own ITs that my email .gov it don't work with other outside emails coming to my email. It won't accept just only the internal. Like if I go off reservation, if I get any emails, maybe for lodging to send it to me, then so I don't know how many times I requested through your office to have it. I even emailed you how many times too. I was like, this, can you put it in writing about if we need technical assistance right now, it's a chapter here. They have a TV that's connected here. I don't know there's nothing. There's no cable or anything connected to this. To start doing visual conference, then there's nothing how you could improve it, or nobody from your office comes around and say this is how it's set up, this is how the wire is. If you want to improve it like this is a through this pandemic. I don't. You said that you were essential employees, but I'll tell you, Dalcon and Tisto, they never did close it. So these chapter coming around from the Division of Community Development saying that they can reopen them. No, we never did close it. We've been doing our own for the past 6 months. Kept it going. We know how essential this place was and how much people rely on these chapters. So it would we never heard anything from you guys. So I don't know which programs were available for these chapters that kept open for the community. So it doesn't add up. So maybe you could. So you could maybe send me your email address and then also the plans you have. I'll share it with the chapters. I'm gonna share.
Rashida, we'll turn the floor back over to Alex. You have the floor.
Thank you for that question again, Mr. Begay. Delegate Begay, I appreciate those questions, and we apologize, or I apologize from our department that we're not offering the services to your expectation, but we are challenged, resource challenge here internally. Here also DIT, we only have a staff of 17, and we wear a lot of different caps. In a lot of IT initiatives, everybody has specialized positions for each section of an IT positions, but that's where we're challenged. And as far as the email is concerned, our email does work. It's just that I guess there's a lot of user knowledge understanding that takes place, and there's some security mechanisms that are in place within the email system. You know a lot about threats that go through emails, and there's some housekeeping that an end user has to do on their end. So we call a spam filtering system. So when you're just somebody emailing you from outside, it ends up in your spam filter, and then the end user has to go up there and release that email to them. But if you're emailing somebody to the outside for the very first time, then that's called whitelisting. That individual on the other side is an individual that you are dialoguing with, and then you don't have to do that. So this is some of the challenges that our end users are doing, and we do tackle that on a daily basis, and we do continue to support and troubleshoot with the end users on that. And then I apologize when I said that earlier, is that I know I got a call from you and your individual, and I think there was during a busy day for me, and I forgot to circle around with our IT folks to help you with setting up your laptop, hooking it up to your big screen, and I will circle around with our IT team here. We have different sections within our Department of Information Technology. The other thing that also out there's a lot of IT silos. Community development, my understanding, takes care of some chapter houses, so there's some IT folks over there too, and then you have your legislative IT there too, but we all kind of touch one another, try to help one another. So that's how we help one another, Mr. Begay. But we're going forward, as soon as we get the IT plan in place, and we'll be hosting it on our website, and then we could email that to you. But I will make sure that we'll have one of our desktop group reach out to you as far as the big screen TV hooking up to your laptop. That was the challenge that you guys were having. That's my answer to you, Mr. Begay.
Thank you, Alex. Committee members, any other questions? If not, let's move forward back to Herman Begay. Thank you, Alex. We appreciate your time and your answers. We'll go back to item E, letter E, 118023 business unit number. Is Herman Begay there?
Good afternoon, sir. Herman Begay is here.
Good afternoon, sir. Have you got your email to Peggy regarding the swearing in?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, you're up next, so you may proceed with forms 1, 2.
Okay, again, good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Part 1, Business Unit 118023. Program title is Facility Maintenance Department, Division, General Services and Executive. This was prepared by our office specialist, Katerina Nelson. Our phone number is 928-729-4258, and my email address is on there. Part 2, funding source. Fixed costs, we have from 10/1/20 to 9/30/21 in the amount of $627,000. That's a total 31% of the total budget. And then we have indirect costs, same as 10/1/20 to 9/30/21 in the amount of $1,373,373, representing 69% of the total budget. So our total budget is $2,373,000. Okay, part 3, budget summary. The personnel expense 2,000 account, there's nothing all the way across. And under 3,000 account travel expense, original budget was 367,310, and our proposed budget now is 362,424. The difference is minus 4,886. Under 3,500 account meeting expense, there's 0 all the way across. Under 4,000 supplies, approved original budget was 36,630, and our proposed budget is 64,926. A difference of 28,266. That's an increase. Under 5,000, lease and rental, original budget was 5,000, and we kept it at 5,000 with the proposed budget. So there's no difference. Under 5,500, communication and utilities, it's 0 all the way across. Under 6,000 account, repairs and maintenance, the original budget was 1,038,926. Our proposed budget is 1,507,948, a difference of 469,022 increase. Under 6,500 contractual services, approved original budget was 10,000. Our proposed budget now is 50,000, with a difference of 40,000 plus. Under 7,000, special transaction, approved budget was 13,085, and our proposed budget now is 10,075, with a difference of 3,010 minus. Under public assistance, 8,000, 0 all the way across. 9,000 capital outlay, 0 all the way across. 9,500 matching funds, 0 all the way across. And 9,500 indirect costs, 0 all the way across. Our original budget approved last year was 1,470,981. Our proposed budget is $2,373,000, with a difference of increase 529,392. Under Part 4, total number of positions budgeted. Original budget was 0, and our proposed budget is 0. And total number of vehicles budgeted is 24 original, and our proposed budget is 24. And Part 5, of course, that's our where we sign Herman Begay and also Lombardo Azarek. Over to Form 2. Program information again is Business Unit 118023. Program name title is Facility Maintenance Department. Part 2, Plan of Operation, Resolution Number, Purpose of Program. That's HEXS CAU-29-12. Purpose of the Facility Maintenance Department is to provide quality facility maintenance and repair services for Navajo Nation government buildings and facilities identified under the FMD maintenance listing. This includes cooling, heating, electrical, installed equipment, mechanical, carpentry, structural systems, ground services, and general custodial services. Part 3, program performance criteria. We have a goal statement of completing major maintenance and repair projects across the Navajo Nation. Program performance measure. A is complete 4 roofing per quarter. That's first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. They're all the same. Fourth quarter, that's all 4. B is replace 3 HVAC units per quarter. That's again, first, second, third, fourth quarter. We have 3 all the way across. C, replace 2 ADA ramps, sidewalks, and driveways per quarter. Again, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. That's 2 all the way across. Number 2 goal statement, complete pest control services. Complete program performance measure is 2 pest control services per quarter. Again, 2 all the way across, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. Program performance measures, complete 2 minor facilities renovation per quarter. That's 2 all the way across again. Goal statement, purchase supplies each quarter for repair and maintenance. Program performance measures is purchase $550,000 per quarter. $50,000 for first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. And goal statement number 5, identify and complete the building deficiency per building assessment. That's completing 1 per quarter. 1 for first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. Part 4 is our signatures, Herman Begay and Lamarda Azra. Chair?
Roche, thank you, Mr. Begay. At this point in time, Nanda, ENF members or committee members, any questions? There are no questions on behalf of Honorable Elmer Begay.
Well, Vice Chair, thank you for that, Mr. Begay, Herman Begay. My question would be, I'm looking at your what you went through. For maintenance of buildings, at this time, we all know that the government is going through this pandemic of COVID-19. We know that it's a very dangerous and virus that went through this. It can be everywhere, and the only way is to have to sanitize the buildings, furniture, and everything. So understand that your department, your personnel don't have the personnel to do all the buildings like that. So even I should go. Right now, is there any other plans you have? How to go back? I know that everybody probably sanitizing their own buildings, their own offices, and from your office, if something happens, what kind of plans you guys have in it is there an isolation that you have to go through? And who has to do it? Are you encouraging the tribal buildings to have this kind of things in places and make sure it's like that? And is there any other plans you have for this pandemic? This is what you're going through, giving us it's just a normal. Every last year, this is what you gave us. You know, how would you go about your plans? Does it change it? Just keep.
Kushishta, Honorable Begay, committee members, Naidi Kirishwala?
What's up, Chair? This is Doug Gidiella here.
So, Honorable Hill here, Che, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Pro Temp Chair and also Herman Begay. And I just have questions that on the Pinion chapter has passed resolutions to sanitize all the chapter building. Either the all pertains to chapter building can be sanitized because they don't want to go back in and they have to clean up the chapter building. This is my short questions to Mr. Herman Begay. Thank you, Chair, and also sponsor Mr. Hanio. Yes, thank you.
Che, there's two questions, one from Honorable Begay and one from Jimmy Yellowhair. I'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Begay. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you for that question, Honorable Begay. Yes, we do have some plans under the CARES Act. We are going to continue with the Health Command Center on cleaning these buildings that become positive. We are also talking with other contractors, mainly just deep cleaning the whole buildings and everything else. So that is all going to be contracted under the CARES Act. Another one is reconfigurations and plexiglass of all buildings. There are some recommendations. There are work orders coming in. Also, NOSHA is going through the buildings out of his recommendations. The building occupants are putting in work orders, so that is how people are helping out at the moment. But we plan to contract a lot of these out. So, as for Pinion chapter, under this CARES Act funding, we were told that all buildings are on the reservation. So we are in the process of talking with community development to see what the chapters have and what we need to do to work with them. All we need to do is have them put into our work order system what they want. But there is going to be a lot of educational communication meetings set. These are all under the CARES Act. None of this budget that we're talking about as far as fixed costs is going to be involved. Sure.
Chair, Vice Chair, this is Dr. Begay.
Honorable Begay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so, Mr. Brigade, so now I'm understanding that the funding that we're talking about right here, the budget by HTG, it has really nothing to do with how, we the building COVID-19 the funding source we're talking about, the budget we're talking about, it's not going to cover that. Looking at the other CARES Act fundings, obviously that's what you can use it for. That's what they have the plans on that side. So, because you then the economy so, and then also my brother mentioned the chapters. So the chapter went through this on their own. I don't know if you're listening before that. So they had a positive here. So one of the workers they went through this 3 weeks ago, but they sanitized it. Obviously, they got some workers here, and then they were all together and they cleaned this one up. I don't know if it's another agent, but they isolate that. So we continue like this operation here. So so if you chapters what that Zagi, since this is a tribal building, so do you think you can request for the chapters to be somehow compensated for those funding that they use? You can be requesting for CARES funding. That's my question.
Okay, Honorable Brigade. Any other members have a question? If not, go ahead, Mr. Brigade.
Okay, again, thank you for that question, Honorable Brigade. We can certainly look into it. If you have all your documents for that, we can certainly look into it and see if it's advisable. So we can do that. If you can just send us a memo or any type of work order, then we can look into it, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brigade. The business unit number 118023. I don't think there's any more questions unless the committee has another question. We're at the end of our agenda. We covered all the way from Division of Human Resources, Management, OMB, Controller, Division of General Services, and Judicial Branch, and Department of Justice on legislation number 0200-20. We are now at item G, Budget and Finance Committee discussion and actions. I'll leave it to the committees to bring forth their concerns, action, amendments, revisits on this legislation that was presented to us. Committee members.
Vice Chair, this is Peggy. Remember, we have the executive session with the DOJ on their budget for the litigation budget.
Yes, I recall that. I'm just waiting for the call on behalf of the committee members to bring forth that as a motion.
Mr. Chair, this is Edmund Francis from OMB. I just sent over the updated expenditure report for fixed cost litigation. Ms. Crotty wanted to get an updated expenditure report, so I sent over a copy to Peggy, and then also a copy to Doreen, who is the Attorney General. So just want to let you know that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Francis. We will
Vice Chair. Vice Chair.
distribute it.
This is Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead.
Emmett, is it possible that you could send that to Kristen, and then Kristen, could you please send it to the committee, because all my emails are bouncing back. This Choice Wireless is not that good. It's all bogged down today.
I can do that. Yeah, I'll give it a try. But I don't have the email address, but I think the address is on your email that you send me, so I can go ahead and do that.
Thank you.
Committee members, we had an item here that was supposed to go into executive session with AG. Do I hear anything else on that?
Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Make a motion to go into executive session.
There's a motion by Chair Henio to go into executive session. Give me a time frame, and then I'll get a second.
Okay, with that, is Madam A.G. McCall on the line with us? Maybe she can enlighten us on how much time she would need.
Do we have Madam AG on board with the phone call? Madam AG? Doreen McCall, are you on the line? Peggy, can you get a hold of? Can you get a hold of AG?
Did you get the number?
Honorable Chair Henio, go ahead.
It seems like this is not important to her, so.
I'm so sorry. I'm here. I didn't know that she started a session, but I'm here.
Honorable Chair Henio, your question was the executive session on the time frame.
I was going to withdraw my motion. Yeah, I was going to withdraw my motion on the motion on the call, but I'm going to. No, but I'm still going to keep it. I'm going to keep it. I'm sorry. Keep it since Madam AG is on the line now. And the question to Madam AG is how much time would she need for this executive session?
Mr. Chair,
Honorable Chair, we have AG Doreen on board. The question is to you, AG. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is a difficult question for me to answer because I think that Delegate Crotty had questions that she wanted to ask, so I don't know the extent of her questions. I don't have a separate presentation for the committee other than what we did in open session, so I defer to the committee on the question.
Thank you. With that, Chair Henio, you're holding the motion. What's your proposal on the time frame for the executive session?
15 minutes.
Okay, we've got 15 minutes. Do I have a second?
Yellowhair.
Second by Jimmy Yellowhair. 15 minutes executive session. Peggy, can you get that prepared up because time's going to fly by to get us another phone call to go into executive session. And and monitor who's on the call and who's all allowed to be on that executive session. Before I call for the question, we have a motion by Chair Henio and also a second by Jimmy Yellowhair. Any discussions on the executive session for 15 minutes?
Vice Chair, I did check.
Hold on. I heard one of the committee members speaking, and I'll recognize Peggy.
Thank you. I did text you all the telephone number, the call-in number, and the access code. And then the Attorney General's office will monitor who shouldn't be on that call, et cetera, because I don't have that. They're the ones that have that call number.
Vice Chair, this is Ledge Council. May I?
Leslie Council, go ahead.
Vice Chair, OLC also requests to get the information. Perhaps someone at the Attorney General's office could forward me the call-in information, please.
Attorney General, did you hear that request? OLC would like to have access to that number to be on the executive session.
Sure. Mel has it, and he can provide that. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more questions, I'll call for the question on the executive session. Chair Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
Chair Henio votes green for the record. Honorable Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Honorable Yellowhair votes green.
For the record, Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty?
Delegate Amber Cadence-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
For the record, Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay?
I vote red. Also green. Give me
For the record, Honorable Begay votes green. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, for Vice Chair not voting. We will now go into executive session. The number has been emailed, so we will reconvene on the other side of the executive session. Going in.
It's in a text, Vice Chair.
What number is it? Is anybody still on the line? Chad Ramona, are you still on the line?
Yesterday, I'm on the line, but they did not send me that number. Sorry.
It's okay. I think I got it text to me. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Shanetta. Are you still on board? Vice Chair Smith? Or is anybody available?
Yes, Shanella, I'm still here on the line.
Thank you, Shanella. I don't have the executive number. I don't know what's going on. I don't have my regular tribal phone. That broke on me, so I'm using private number.
Okay, so let me give you, they didn't send that number to me. I'm sorry, but I can get a hold of Peggy, and you can text me, and then I'll get your number that way, and I can text you back the number.
Okay, there's an email that's popped up on the executive number. Thank you, Shanetta.
Oh, okay, all right.
Bye.
Bye.
Ramona, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
What time do they come back on?
Well, they mentioned 15 minutes, so they gone.
It's almost 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah. It went executive at 2:18, so.
You got three more minutes. Okay. Are they going to do revisits then? They sounded like they were going to.
No, they're going to do revisit.
Okay. Just checking. I'll be online.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Actually, I'm going in between a couple of meetings, so I'll check back on here in a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. If they call you, I'll just let them know that you're going to be back on in a little bit, that you're on 2 lines.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Does she want?
Yes, I'm still here. Okay.
Delegate Yellowhair is on the line.
Vice Chair Smith on the line. Stella, are you online?
Yes, I'm online, Vice Chairman.
Okay, could you do a roll call and see if we're all available?
Sure. Roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of Navajo Nation Council Friday, August 28th, reconvene executive session. Jamie, can you? Jamie, can you? Raymond Smith Jr.?
Present.
Okay, thank you, Janella. Jimmy Yellowhair?
I'm here. Thank you.
You're welcome, Honorable Yellowhair. Amber Kenneth Crotty?
Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty is on the line here at Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Thank you. Shut it.
Oh, you're welcome, Shadeda. Nathaniel Brown? Nathaniel Brown? Elmer P. Begay? Elmer P. Begay? Vice Chairman, we have 3 members present.
Thank you, Ramona. Legislative Council, once we're out of this, do we go back into a motion and second to get out executive? Or is a carrying party that had that going into executive session that was done by Chair Henyo and also Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair? I guess everybody's still calling in. Is Legislative Council on board? Peggy, are you on board?
Yes, I am. Vice Chair, I'm sorry, Vice Chair. I was global muted, so I have to remember that star trick.
Okay, the question was, we're going to be getting out of executive session. Do we have to do a new motion and second on the getting out of executive, or could we use the ones that was used to go into executive session by Chair Henyo and also Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair?
I motion to get out and back and indicate that you're back on the record after that happens. And then, Vice Chair, I also wanted to let you know that I did email the committee members some amendments. There needs to be a correction made to Exhibit A that was prepared and emailed by OMB. And then Vice Chair.
Okay, remind us as we go along, after we get out of executive session back into regular mode, to do the correction on Exhibit A, OMB, and also the typo. And I'm sure there's others that will be considered on this legislation 0200-20. We're just waiting for another member to get back on board. Ramona, do we have another roll call?
This is Delegate Begay. I'm back on. Did you hear me?
Hello, this is Delegate Brown. I'm back on the call also.
Okay, great. We have 2 members that have called in, Honorable Brown and also Honorable Begay. We will proceed. I need a motion to get out of executive session Motion?
I'll make the motion. Elmer Brown.
Motion by Elmer Begay, second by, need a second?
The other hand?
Give
me the Brown. Okay.
Calling for a second. Who's going to do the second?
Give it to Brown. I respect that one. Let's get Brown. We can go for a second.
Honorable Brown, are you doing the second?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me? This is Delegate Brown. I'll second the motion.
Yes, I hear you loud and clear. We got a motion to get out of executive session by a motion by Elmer Begay and also second by Nathaniel Brown. We'll do a roll call. Chair Henyo, what's your vote?
I vote green.
For the record, Chair Henyo is with us and also votes green. Chiche, Honorable Yellow Hair?
Green.
Honorable Yellow Hair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty? Honorable Amber Crotty? Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
Yeah, Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
For the record, Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay?
I vote green.
For the record, Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty? Honorable Amber Crotty? Now, for the record, we have 4 in favor to get out of executive session. We have no opposition. Vice Chair not voting. We will continue on. I think Legislative Council want to present something before we go into our discussion. Legislative Council?
Vice Chair, it's Kristen at Ledge Council. I did email the committee members 2 documents. One is a document that is just a Word document that corrects something in the legislation. It's in the title of the legislation. I erroneously put fiscal year 20 instead of fiscal year 2021. The other document was emailed from OMB, and it is to, it's a corrected Exhibit A of the legislation, actually, and we need to make that, the committee needs to make that adjustment to the legislation, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Legislative Council. We have amendment to legislation number 0200-20, and everybody should have that on their laptop or sent by email by our Legislative Council. I need someone to sponsor that amendment.
Chair, this does the yellow hair.
Go ahead, Chair. I hear you. You have the floor.
Okay, can you repeat my grandson? Atila legislation din nere. Az olsa da what's up, Chair? Can you repeat? You don't mind?
Oh, Chair, that Legislative Council email a call amendment. Okay. It's the say quad steadily not a fishy motion to release.
Motion by Henyo.
I'll do second. Yellow hair.
I'm sorry, I was really talking to myself. It was all on mute. We have Amendment 1, 0200-20, motion by Honorable Chair Henyo, second by Honorable Yellow Hair. Do we have any questions and concerns on this Amendment 1? Okay, let's call for the question on Amendment 1. That was read into the record, correct, Peggy?
No, the amendment hasn't been read into the record, Mr. Vice Chair. Because,
please read that record. Call the question.
Okay. Kristen, is this the email that you sent out at 2:46? And it has...
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So if everybody can look at their document, this is an amendment to Exhibit A. And so the bottom line, I don't know if you want me to do the totals, but the total is $23,185,052. And so that's the first document that's attached. And then the other one, so that was just updated. The other is an amendment. It says on page 1, line 13, amend the language as follows. Delete overstrike fiscal year 2020 and insert fiscal year 2021. And that's language in the heading of the legislation, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shudder. We have a motion and a second. Any questions on Amendment 1? No questions on Amendment 1? I'll call for the question. Honorable Chair Henio?
I will agree.
Honorable Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair?
I vote green.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty?
Chair, what are we voting on?
We're voting on the amendment that was sent out by Legislative Council.
I'll vote green. Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair, apologize.
For the record, Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
For the record, Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Begay votes green. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Amendment 1 passes. Vice Chair not voting. Any other documents or anything that needs to be changed on legislation 020020? Any directives or anything like that needs to be done? There was also a document sent in by Shonovan Dale. Do we need to put that as in record, or do we just accept that accordingly? That signed signature that was not in the legislation.
Vice Chair, this is OLC. I'm not sure if who your question's directed to.
I guess that would be to Legislative Council.
The only exhibits that are required in this at this stage are exhibits A through E, Vice Chair. And I also wanted to, as long as we're talking about exhibits A through E, if I may, the presentation by Retirement Services that was given to you in your packet on Budget Form 1 is listed in your legislation as Exhibit E as an unmet need for retirement services. So if you accept the legislation, or if you vote to approve the legislation, you are also approving the unmet needs in the amount of $10 million for retirement services, Vice Chair. Without amendment, that is, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that, Legislative Council. Committee members, Exhibit E under the retirement. What is the committee's pleasure on this? Legislative Council, could you repeat that on Exhibit E? If we pass this as legislation that's 0200-20, that automatically includes retirement without any documents. That's what I understood it. If we do that, I think that we need documents from retirement on behalf of this before we pass this legislation.
Vice Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so it's actually already, Exhibit E is actually already in the legislation listing retirement as unmet needs in the amount of $10 million. It was actually pre-prepared. So if you leave it the way it is, it will be the Budget and Finance Committee indicating and recommending unmet needs of retirement services in the amount of $10 million. If the committee chooses not to accept that as an unmet need for retirement services, then the committee needs to affirmatively amend Exhibit E to either modify the amount of the unmet need or to delete the unmet need entirely. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Committee members, do you understand what we're going through, what's needs to be done? Is there any amendments on Exhibit E? If not, I guess I'll get close. I'm getting close to calling the question.
Chair, what temp chair, this is Delegate out here. Maybe I ought to include the $10 million on that needs. Maybe it's legitimate to add on to the budget 2021. For temp chair.
Coach Che, I don't be so. Ako na siya hato so higi ay ha amendment to sisi hito ni. Ako benawit ay ha benawit ka I don't be so. Ako amendment o shagi ay ha. Legislative Council today.
I'd like to pro temp chair. I'll let Jan Zakizan, since today our sponsor, Honorable Henio. Are you still there, Henio?
I'm here.
Honorable Henio, you have the floor. I think there's a question that's posed by Honorable Yellow Hair.
Let's see how committee members, committee members today. I did call last year related to the same issue, retirement services. Yeah, I need about the legal.
Chair Henio, you're breaking up kind of.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better. Go ahead.
What about?
Mr. Vice Chair, we can't hear anything.
I don't know if he dropped call or if he's trying to get to a better location.
Hey, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, Chair Henio.
Okay, yeah, my car speakerphones aren't too reliable. But as you recall, last year, we ran into the same problem with retirement services where they had, I think it was a $14 million unmet need. And the question was, where do we get that money from? And this was for keep making them whole at 100%. I believe that's what this money is for. In case everybody in the Navajo Nation decides to retire, we have to be at 100% to pay everybody out. Right now, we're holding steady at, I believe, about 80% on our defined benefit retirement plans, and which is a good number, way better than the state of Arizona and New Mexico. And so I would support this deleting it off. And there may be somewhere, if we do get some sort of a big settlement or something, we can revisit this unmet need. But we did the same thing last year where they want a huge amount of money for unmet need, but we just kind of put it out, and so we took it out too. So I would support that too, and because if we do keep it in there, we would have to shuffle money down from somewhere to fulfill this unmet need. Yeah, now Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair Henio. So you're making a motion to amend Exhibit E. Is that what you're doing?
So I would support any of the committee members' amendment if they wish to do so.
It's not 10-4. Do you need?
I believe Delegate Yellow here was sort of going in that direction, but he needed my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Committee members, we leave in Exhibit E, it'll be $10 million. If we make an amendment, we can remove the $10 million, just what Chair Henio said. Committee members, any other questions on this? I don't hear any questions, so I guess we move forward. Any other directives or any other documents that need to be put in forth? I think we did say something about the earlier. That was, if I remember here, I think that was a tabling motion. But we're right now on 0200-20. Any other comments or concerns or questions on legislation number 0200-20? Committee members, before I call the question.
Vice Chair Smith is Henio.
Chair Henio, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to amend that exhibit of what we were discussing earlier.
You're making the motion to Exhibit E, right?
Oh. 10-4.
Do I have a second for removing Exhibit E?
A second by Delegate Crotty.
Committee members, we have a motion and a second.
Vice Chair, if I just can clarify.
Yes, Legislative Council, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, let you have the floor.
I just want to clarify that the delegates know that if this motion that is under consideration right now is removing $10 million from unmet needs on Exhibit E, am I understanding that correctly, Vice Chair?
Yes, the motion is just to remove Exhibit E to $10 million by Chair Henio and second by Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Somebody needs to mute their phone. Somebody needs to mute their phone.
Peggy, this is Amendment 2, Exhibit E. There's a motion by Chair Henio and second by Honorable Crotty. On the Amendment 2, any questions, committee members, on Amendment 2? No questions? We'll call for the question on Amendment 2. Chair Henio, how do you vote?
Green.
For the record, Chair Henio votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. I was recommended to attention. but I hope I heard about the program.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty. Honorable Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
For the record, Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, with Second Amendment to remove Exhibit E. Any other amendments, questions, concerns, directives, action items for legislation number 0200-20? Committee members. I don't hear any, so this is where I call the question for legislation number 0200-20. We have a motion by Honorable Yellowhair, second by Honorable Crotty on the main motion with 2 amendments. May we have a second reading? Peggy.
Okay, for legislation number 0200-20, Exhibit E would reflect that the $10 million was removed, deleted from that exhibit through the legislation. And then the other is that the correction in the heading of the legislation is changed on the second line of the legislation. It says 2020. That is deleted to say 2021. Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. Amendment 2 was read first, and Amendment 1 was the second one. So, committee members, any questions on the legislation? The main motion? If not, I'll call for the question. Chair Henio, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Yellowhair?
I'll vote green too. Thank you.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Crotty?
Delegate Amber Canisbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Brown?
Hello, Delegate Brown votes green.
For the record, Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay?
I vote green.
Honorable Begay votes green. We have a count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting. The legislation 0200-20 has passed with 2 amendments. Yes, committee members. I will turn the floor over to our chair for now.
Vice Chair Smith for holding down the fort while we go through these legislations. So we have gone through all of our legislations here. We do have one more left, which is the revisit. So, again, we Peggy, are you there?
Yes, I am. I didn't hear what you said, though, because you just went off the call.
Give us a listing of all the revisits that we need to do. At the same time, I believe there was a legislation that had been tabled already, too.
Okay, there's the first legislation that was considered legislation 0186-20. I think it's better, Chair, to just go by legislation. You need to, and this was tabled. The main motion is held by Nathaniel Brown, seconded by Amber Crotty, and it was tabled to today. And so this is 186-20. It's the controller's legislation. The committee had a directive, and they wanted to see an expenditure report on the payroll that would, and to see if vacant positions were being used to fund temporary positions, to show all the to show the payroll department. They wanted to see that report on the vacant positions, and they wanted to see that by position number. Then the other one was that we needed to amend Exhibit A and Exhibit E. Those forms needed to be corrected. And then going down further, the Veterans Fund, when that Veterans Trust Fund was discussed, they were asked to provide a report to the Budget and Finance Committee. But I really didn't understand what the purpose of that report was. Maybe somebody can enlighten me on that. But I believe that was everything that the committee wanted. And also, just as a side note, to schedule a meeting between CDFI and Credit Services to meet with Budget and Finance. Oh, I know what the other one was. I didn't highlight it. That's why I almost missed it. Was the Credit Services for home loan. You wanted to have the Budget Form 2 revisited and to change the numbers that they had on their goal statements to 24 for one, and then for 6 per quarter, and the spelling errors checked and that sort of thing. And I did receive a Budget Form 2 from Farron Garcia, and I did receive a report from Brent Wanika on the Veterans Trust Fund. I think it might have been just the report on the manager's fee. And I forwarded all that information to the committee this morning about 7 o'clock or so when I went to the office. And I believe they also sent a revised, those exhibits. Laura Johnson had forwarded that information as well. The only thing that we have outstanding is the payroll report. I haven't seen anything on that one yet, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Sheena, that legislation 186.20 has been tabled, committee members. So what we'll do is, since I am the sponsor of this legislation, and since Delegate Yellowhair is the co-sponsor, since Delegate Yellowhair, are you wishing to be the sponsor seat with this legislation, or do you still want me to continue being the sponsor?
Brother, continue with your sponsor. I'd like to sit from here and questions. I'd like to make that. So take over again.
Okay, so with that, then I would have to hand the reins over to Vice Chair Smith to the 186-20 for the table. Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Henio?
Yes, Vice Chair. Go ahead. If you would take the reins, I'm the sponsor of this legislation, and it's been tabled, so it'd be under your chair to
take it off the table and begin again. Yes, sir. Go ahead and take the gavel, and we will return back and revisit old business, I guess it now is, on 0186-20, which was tabled, and there was a table motion on that behalf. I need a motion to call the legislation back on for discussion. Motion parties.
Yellow Hair.
Motion by Jimmy Yellowhair, second. Henio. Motion by Honorable Chair Henio. Any questions on bringing back the legislation number 0186-20? If not, I'll call for the question on bringing back the legislation. Honorable Chair Henio, how do you vote? I vote green. Honorable Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green too.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Welcome. Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Brown, Nathaniel Brown.
Sorry, they're giving that.
Delegate Brown votes green.
For the record, Delegate Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Begay votes green. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. We now have legislation 186-20 back on the agenda. Peggy, where are we at with this? What do we need to entertain first?
Okay, Chair, Vice Chair. Let's see, you've got it back off the table. So, Robert Willie from Controller's Office emailed me a document, and I'm not really sure if I can send it forward to you, but it is a report on the payroll, the vacancy report. And it just has, let me try to email it to you, but Rob, if you're on the call, perhaps you could send it to Kristen, and then Kristen, you could go ahead and email it to the committee, or email it to Ramona, and she can email it to the committee. Is Rob on the call?
Yes, I actually did send it to Ramona too, so she's got it.
Oh, okay. So for Ramona, you can send it to the committee, then they can see this payroll report. So if you want to accept that report, and that's not really, I don't think you're going to be incorporating that into the legislation, but I'm not sure what the intent was to get the vacancy listing, to just look at it or to amend those positions. That's up to the committee, Vice Chair. How do you want to move forward on that report once you get it, the vacancy report?
Our first action of item is that we requested the update on the vacancies, and that vacancies is not on the laptop. I think it's just popped up right now. Let me look at it, Peggy. There's 3 that's in here. So, committee members, if you would look into your laptop and bring up that forward email by Ramona and see if that is acceptable. And I'm not exactly sure what we're going to be doing with this. Is that going to be just part of the budget, or how to give me a little bit of guidance here, Peggy?
Vice Chair, I believe that this report was requested from Delegate Yellowhair, and he may be the best person to ask what he wants to do with this report. Was it just to see how the program is is excuse me, how this the hiring process is proceeding with these positions that are vacant at the controller's office. Perhaps Delegate Yellowhair can expound on this, the intent of getting this report.
Okay, Sheda. Jay, Honorable Yellowhair, you requested this, and I think we need to have Office of Controllers also on board in case there's certain questions that we posed. But I'll turn the floor over to Jay on the reasons why this was requested and why it was tabled. We have now the documents here. Jay, Yellowhair.
Hello. Okay, I think, good afternoon again. There is about 16 positions that was a vacancy, and there also another one that was under a not just controller. There's one the same within the controllers. There's also a vacancy in the investments office too. I think there's 3 vacancies there, and then some of those forms need to be updated. Some they said it was higher. Those need to be updated in that form. My reason is there is a concern from a civilian controller that that's based on that one. I said we need a report why these positions are being vacant for so long. 16 is a lot to vacant. Out on the investors, there's 3 involved. One position has not been filled for 4 years, and that's another issue. It's important to look at these positions while they're open, and these money is not being used. If they're not going to be used, I think we can decide to just delete it and move it to somewhere else. Maybe give it to a chapters or wherever we need it for these money. So it's important to look at this position has to be reported from controller. Bina nishigi da pesa be on nishigi aro asiyo na nishigi ashita etza to le no tubasa sashi atibidati kucha consultant ki o personal ajat shinde a consult personal jo kare manager da hasni jo kuntan shinde jebni na to pick up an so this new consultant or your child either. Today we could use our own unhindered program manager and but this is all filled for that being the positions are filled. That would be great, and just like a tax commission officer all full and they're doing a good job. So it's good to we like to see this position to be filled. Every kiddo, to us either in the budget balance, just transparency, accountability by unity. How do you believe of government integrity when this program manager come before us? Take oath this let's see what they have in the records. That's why I asked for a payroll distribution or tied with the FMIS, but that this is important. I hope you have understand my colleagues. Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Peggy. It appears that there are about 4 positions that have been vacant for over a year, but the other ones are just recently vacant. 6 months, 7 months. The one thing, excuse me, that you could do is, if the committee felt like it, is to put like a legislative concern to hire and use the employees for the work that the controller's office has. I'm not sure how you want to proceed, but that's something you could consider.
Thank you for your input on behalf of why you're asking for the vacancies. We'll get Office of Controllers on board and see what those answers will be, and then we'll go forth with that. I had that question posed to you. And Peggy, I appreciate you jumping on board without me recognizing you, but let's keep this in order. And I understand where this is going. So let's move forward. Is OOC on board?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is Robert Willie.
Okay, thank you, Robert Willie. Che, we have Robert Willie on board. Do you want to ask him that direct question so that he can answer your questions? Che.
Let's give it a floor. Yes, he's from there, from the General County's county manager. Thank you.
Appreciate. Robert Willie, you have the floor. There was a question from Jamil here regarding the vacancy positions. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Initially, we tried to get a report from personnel that would show the vacancies and the time limit. We weren't able to secure one, so we had to go one by one in each one of the positions that was on the vacancy report that was provided the other day to Budget and Finance. So if you notice, the report that was sent is color-coded. The positions that were affected directly by COVID are in the light blue. So the senior management analyst, the program project specialist, the accounting supervisor, the payroll tech, the accountant, the account maintenance specialist, another account maintenance specialist, an accountant, an associate accountant, a property clerk, and a buyer. So those were the ones that were directly affected. The senior management analyst, we actually were partially funded for the year on that one, so the position actually didn't start until the second quarter, which was in late February, early March. We did interview. We made 2 offers, but both individuals declined, and then the pandemic happened, so we were unable to re-advertise that position. The project and program specialist also was partially funded. That funding did not start until February late, so we were going to advertise, but then the pandemic happened on that one. The accounting supervisor, that's one of the employees which unfortunately did not wish to continue working during the COVID, so they actually left the office of controller, and then they left that position vacant. We weren't able to advertise that position because of the shutdown. The payroll tech, that is another example of an employee which actually left, and we were unable to secure any JVAs to advertise that position. The accountant position, we were able to advertise, but there were no applications that were received during the time of COVID. The associate accountant, I believe that they were going to advertise that one. That one's still pending. It's one of the longer ones that's been out there for a year and 3 months, and I think they have advertised in the past, but we're unable to secure a qualified applicant. The account maintenance specialist became vacant during the shutdown also again, which was last month, in July. DPM still hasn't posted the JVA, but it's in the process to advertise that position. The accounting tech has been advertised. The applicant in which was selected declined the interview. So it was re-advertised and submitted earlier this week. It looks like 8/25. The account maintenance specialist, that's one of the longer ones also too. That's one of the ones that's been vacant. We've been advertising it, but we've had trouble securing applicants for that position. The mail clerk, there was a scanning project which we were planning before the pandemic happened. We were trying to get the Office of the Controller to be electronic. Excuse me. The project and program specialist is also associated with that. So we were coordinating the leadership for that and the people that we needed for that project. Then this was one of them. So that one has been vacant for 1 year and 2 months. Going on to the next page, the accountant position, that one has been vacant for 7 months. It has been advertised in March. The interview was held, and the salary assessment was directed to Office of Department of Personnel. The account maintenance specialist is one of those that also had an individual within it, but they left during the shutdown. They weren't able to post a vacancy for that position, so now that the government was open, we were going to re-advertise that position. The account maintenance specialist right after that one had been previously advertised, but there weren't enough qualified applicants. That one will also be re-advertised. The accountant position right after that one, it looks like it was advertised from March 3rd to the 16th, but there were no qualified applicants in that applicant pool. It looks like it is going to be re-advertised also. The associate accountant is also another position which was affected by COVID, so there weren't any, we weren't able to advertise that position during the shutdown. The office assistant has actually been filled. They are awaiting their background check, and that just cleared, so the employee will be starting on Monday, August 31st. So that's the positions within the Office of the Controller. Are there any questions on that, on those vacancies?
Thank you, Mr. Willie, on the vacancies. Committee members, any questions on this report? No questions?
I got a question.
Continue.
Okay, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Go ahead, Jake. I'll recognize you. You got the floor.
Under this position, there's 16, and based on the status here, my concern was how could we believe you turned not qualified for the position? When you look for a hiring, you always look for the second applicant again. What are the first applicant? It doesn't. So they have to look at about has seen it. You make your priority. Like if there's about 8 applicant comes in, and you make your priority 1, 2, and 3, and in case first applicant turned down, without you go to your second applicant again. That is what was my initial concerns on that one, Chair and my colleagues, pro temp Chair. But this is a report, and I don't know how I believe this. It does exam, yeah, they be by take it over to Navajo Nation Payroll Department, not payroll, excuse me, Human Resource Office as a review what they do. They try also the records to have they need initial access on here. Pro temp Chair. Okay, thank you.
Where's Jay? Mr. Willie, you want to respond back to that?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Thank you. In some instances, we only get one applicant, so that's one of the problems. I do understand what Delegate Yellowhair was explaining, and in my case, I have actually done that. So if the first applicant wasn't able to come on board, we offer it to the second applicant. So I'm aware of that type of situation, and applicants are hard to come by. So I'll take that under advisement, and I believe the other managers also do have the same process. That's the response I have, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Committee members, any other questions for OOC?
Chair. Nope. Pro temp Chair, this is Yellowhair again.
Jimmy Yellowhair, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay. All right. I guess maybe we'll just keep this for the records and maybe let's see what's going on in later and within the first quarter, and maybe we'll need to enforce this. Hiring should be made within the. We're almost in FY21. Budget is forthcoming just around the corner, and maybe I should make directives to hire these positions because I don't think anybody, department, are not enforcing to hire these employees. So we need to maybe direct them, maybe the better things we can do. If I can, may make directives if my colleagues all agree. With indicate should about Nazi directives that they should get this hiring within the first quarter in FY21. That's the only way they can move on with this to fulfill position. Thank you, Chitu. Thank you very much. Yeah, so thanks to my brother as a sponsor to Honorable Henio Chair. Thank you, and also other assistants. Thanks.
Vice Chair Smith?
Who's speaking? This is Vice Chair Smith.
This is Henio.
Chair Henio?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, Chair, on this subject, to Kristen, can we do a conditional appropriation regarding what Delegate Yellow Hair is referring to? Yeah, no, Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Henry, you're fading out. Can't hear you. Okay, what about now? What about now? Chair Henry? Yes, we can hear you loud and clear now.
Okay. This is for our legislative council. Can we do it in the condition of appropriations regarding this subject? Regarding vacancies and give a direction in that manner what Delegate Yellow Hair is referring to. Again, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. That was directed to Legislative Council as a question.
Chair or Vice Chair, an answer as to whether the Office of the Controller can be given a condition of appropriation regarding mandating hiring. Okay, so a condition of appropriation can be given in the comprehensive budget, yes, and then the issue is going to be what would be the consequence. This is something we can talk more about in the comprehensive budget hearing. But it might be something that is better as a legislative concern because it would give the BNF committee time to speak with Office of the Controller and see what challenges they're encountering. It may be more than just a matter of that they're not hiring. There may be a reason why they're not hiring. So it might be something that's better addressed as a legislative concern than as a condition of appropriation. Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that information, Legislative Council. On a condition of appropriation, what would be the consequences if not followed through with the condition of appropriations? It can be done. However, we can also entertain a legislative concern. Jay, you're wanting to do a directive, but according to Chair Henio, he's saying that maybe it would be better to do a continued appropriation. But Legislative Council had said that if we do a COA, there has to be some sort of consequences. Maybe go down the route of legislative concern. Is better to address that to find out why these positions are still vacant.
You understand, and the legislation of the our attorney also understand. Our people look for job, and we're not doing our job as a program. We're at fault when we're not doing our job. We're just going to put on just back them up and not trying to build them out on these programs directed on Tanzania. So hard us all jobs to hold. And we are very low poverty in Navajo Nation here yet. There's a lot of positions or vacancies. If they can't hire just them, they should just turn it over. That will be easy to say. But our party to move them to do a hiring, at least the appropriation may be better, and the condition of appropriations, they need to also, they both are the same. They should start hiring immediately. And if they can't hire immediately, we need a good full explanation from them to say why is this position was not fulfilled. They need clear information concurred by Human Resource Director. That's what I want. I don't want to fool around with these guys. I don't want to do that. We have enough of this. It's been going on already. This I want in vessel committee position. It's been on vacant for 4 years now. Are you just going to look at that one being open, and it should have been used for the people out there to our people need job. We can't just lay around and let us see all these vacancies are going on. So if appropriation will be made, and then I don't want our attorney just bail out on us just to cover their friend, maybe. That's what I see. We need to move on with this one here. How can we get this fulfilled immediately? And we need a good record and return back to us if there's not one of those positions are not filled. Maybe the first quarter they should maybe send a explanation why there's some are still not filled in. But that's my point. Pro Temp Chair Hunso. Hadashin Hayate. BOA the big appropriations are big also. That's our concern being a committee. That's our job. What I say, where the position or open the need all. Trade aid on financial aid. Nando the show, but the has only that Natida. There's only none of the Olson little letter that it need. These needs to be filled. But we to hiring sometimes there's some excuse they think on the hiring. Some they say it was not met. Sometimes maybe another second who will be also hired too, with no conflict. I want to see Pro Temp Chair. I'm just doing my best on behalf of our people out there in each job. Thank you. Once about Hasido. Kajunjanoyan took care of the Hanado. Again, I'm honestly Pro Temp Chair. Thank you.
Congressman Che, Pincito, Ashina, that they need to pay Lana needs. Ako, Didi, I just don't know, Ashita, Aunt Benny Nanigishi, I've been here, just OOC, but she told us. Because legislative concern is also at least 8 condition of appropriation. No one's need to in out of the Nache, Ishmael, BNF committee members, Kazocha, Shananda. Go ahead, Chi.
I said, Nana, a legislative concern, COA, Khaja Sinjan, or Khaja Sinjan, Khaja advisory, John here, no, should give us advice on that one. Peggy. I'd like to give a floor to Peggy, and with our collaboration, she's going to get a Pro Temp Chair, if you don't mind, Chair.
Chair, you're asking a question to Peggy on either the legislative concern or the conditions of appropriation.
Oh, what additional?
So, Benina Adishnigi,
Vice Chair, this is Vice Chair. This is Kristen. If Delegate Yellowhair does not want,
hold on a second. Hold on just a second. Che, I think that answer would be best to Legislative Council, so that way you can get a legal advice on that. Legislative Council, I think you're trying to chime in. I'll recognize you.
Yes, Vice Chair, thank you. If Delegate Yellowhair wants a second opinion, I would suggest that the Department of Justice offer that. Ms. Nakai is not an attorney or an advocate, so that question, a second opinion should go to the Department of Justice for legal advice, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Shay, if you want a legal answer on either legislative concern, or the condition of appropriation, it'd be best to either ask Legislative Council or get a second opinion from DOJ.
Chair, thank you, Assistant Chair. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask him both a second opinion from the Justice Department. Thank you, Kristen. I do respect your Chair. Now, I'll do that, Rob, Pro Temp Chair. Thank you. If it's around.
Vice Chair, this is Peggy. Can I make a comment or a suggestion?
Maybe just defer it to legal before Chair. Thank you.
Hold on, I got several people speaking. We're at the pinnacle of Honorable Yellowhair wanting a second opinion. So let's entertain that, and then we'll go back to Peggy, and then we'll go back to Honorable Yellowhair. DOJ, are you on board?
Pro-Tem Chair, this is Ajwa from DOJ. Unfortunately, my line got cut off, so I got right back on as I heard second opinion from DOJ. So respectfully, if I could ask for a restatement. Thank you very much.
Sure. I'll let Honorable Yellowhair explain what his question is. It's between the legislative concern or the condition of appropriation. Chache, go ahead and ask Justice.
Okay. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Thank you, Justice Department, being on the board too, and also our attorney, Kristen. Thank you very much. My concern is on the controller's office. There are about 15 positions that are vacancy. And my concern is these vacancies have been prolonged for a long time, some almost a year. And my concern is these positions must be filled. And the problem is why is there justifications or not met? And then the problem is money is there, and we need to use this position so controller office can do a up-to-date with the report. They need help. And a lot with the, especially with the CARE Act funds, is coming around, and we need a position to move the controllers on to help them. So my concern is these are some have been long overdue. Positions have been open, some 8 months, 7 months, 6 months, and 4 months, and then some have a year and 8 months. And these types has been too long, and why is that? But everybody says COVID-19 pandemic. Some of these are excuses, and shouldn't be. We all use this. Everybody, our program members say, "This is what happened. That's why." Sure, it happened because we never expected. But this is where I need to move on and speed up the hiring right away, and maybe I don't know why. And some of these controller staff, they're leaving their positions. I don't know. There's some sort of turnovers. Some of the county sections. So my goal is to let's get this position fulfilled and move on and let the program to take care of this hiring right immediately. That's my concern right immediately. Okay, I hope you understand. Back to you, Chair.
Krishant, Honorable Yellowhair, DOJ, you may respond.
Vice Chair, this is Mel. I'm back on the line. I apologize for my absence. I was on a call speaker.
Good afternoon, Mel. Do you want to answer this question, Mel?
I'll give it my best shot, sir. I just want to put this in the context of, I don't know if Ms. Will already did this maybe before I got on the line, but in 12 NNC 820R, that's where the Appropriations Act speaks to conditions of appropriation. And if you look at R4, the condition of appropriation has to be feasible. I mean, what you're trying to force the program to do has to be something that the program can actually achieve and fulfill. And so 4 says, prior to the approval of a condition of appropriation, council shall consult with the director of the program required to fulfill the condition, as well as the office of the controller and OMB. The consultation shall include discussion of the feasibility of the program fulfilling the condition within the time period proposed by council and any alternatives to the proposed condition. So the reason that I bring that up, members of the committee and Honorable Yellowhair, is I think that there are some very real obstacles to hiring for those accountant positions. And so it's not a situation that someone's not trying. So, I mean, maybe a condition of appropriation could be something like advertising the positions in a certain way. But there's nothing, we can't force the controller to hire unqualified people. We can't force her to not follow preference laws. She's bound by those legal obligations, and then just the reality of the situation that people aren't applying, and the people that are applying either aren't qualified or are qualified and they're taking different jobs. So I just wanted to point out that feasibility provision there in the conditions of appropriation, language within the Appropriations Act. And the other thing is, and I know the controller mentioned this earlier, but there's a funding issue. So, the Appropriations Act talks about alternatives to the proposed condition. And if the problem really is that the salaries aren't competitive, then the alternative would be increasing the payroll budget so that the salaries are competitive. Mr. Vice Chair, I hope that answers the question, but if not, I'm happy to answer follow-up questions, sir.
DOJ, Mel, there was another question that was posed on the legislative concern. Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Yellowhair was wanting to know which one would be feasible, since you mentioned the Navajo Nation codes on the condition of appropriation. Could you elaborate a little bit on the legislative concern?
Sure. Ms. Will, what section is that in the Appropriations Act? I'm sorry, I just have to find it.
Chair, can I pipe in? It's on page 123 of the current BIM, the new FY 2021 BIM.
Ms. Naka, I'm so sorry, what is the section number in the statute?
It's 810 definitions.
Oh, thank you.
And it's M.
Thank you, I apologize. Okay. I'm sorry. I do see it now. I'm sorry, Honorable Yellowhair. Could you repeat the question about the legislative concern? Was it about the feasibility of achieving the? Or could you say it again? I'm sorry.
Department of Justice. We'll turn the floor over to Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Pro Temp Chair. Thank you, Emil, for coming from Justice Department. First of all, number one, as being a Budget Finance Committee, our responsibility is make sure monies are being used and whatever was earmarked for that fiscal year. So my concern is that there is a 16 position is vacant. So some of those vacancies are a year and 1 month. Some are a year and a half. Some are 7 months. And others like 4 months is 3 months, not a problem. Another one, 5 years, and 1 year and 5 months, and another one 5 months, and then another one 7 months. Okay, now, not just this one right here. I'm not just focused on the controller's office. There is one in the investments committee, investment section of the controller. That position also investments office also have 4 years. One position has been vacant. And my concern is why are these vacancies have been going on so long? I know not just me concerned like this. There's a previous Budget Finance Committee. They are always have concerns. They say, if you don't use this position, move this position elsewhere. My concern is deliver that be fulfilled. Oh, okay.
I told you to come up.
Yeah, they can come in. The public they have to stay down there.
Excuse me. Please mute your phones. Mute your phones. We can hear your conversation. Someone wants to go to Gallup. We don't need to hear that. Thank you.
Give me a hamburger if you do. And okay, now I'm going back now. So my position is concern is some of these positions are not fulfilled. And number one, the program's director or whoever manager needs to fill this position, not by saying hire anybody from the street. I'm not saying that, but there's a lot of people they need jobs. If we can do our job from here, from our office, advertise in KTNN, KGAK, Navajo Times, Independence, also at large in Arizona newspaper in New Mexico. And that's where these need to be advertised, because this will be questions. So where have you advertised? And advertising other areas, those are also need to be known too, not just local here. And I think to me, this is supposed to be responsibility of a Navajo Nation Human Resource Office. I don't know if they ever evaluate or monitor these positions. I don't know what they really do, what their job are on human resource. So this is my point on Emil. And I'm not saying hire anybody in the county that have no experience. I'm not saying that. Some have experience, but some they have any experience. But you hire with some good education too. And just do your best judgment who you're going to hire. Trust yourself. Trust that whoever you want to hire. Another problem I have is sometimes the supervisor at fault that not a trust. Because there's problems. If these people know, then they can't follow with your department. I'm very happy with the tax officer positions all filled in. Those types, some people they know where to go with a good atmosphere and environment, like those type of stuff. So I'm just asking that not to rush. I don't mean to do the job and fulfill this position in 2021, and the sooner the better. And do your job and justify priority 1, 2, 3 who are ranked second, third, fourth, fifth in case number one might get a job with the Navajo Nation President's office. Thank you, Neil. I hope you understand. When you've been around here for many years with Navajo Nation, you should all know all these what's going on with Navajo Nation. Thank you, Justice Department, and our legal office too, and legislative officer. Thank you. I hope that taught us what's the contempt chair should do.
Groshisha Che, I'll turn the floor back over to DOJ Mel. Respond back to what Honorable Yellow Hair had mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, and Honorable Yellow Hair. According to the Appropriations Act, a legislative concern can mean a comment, directive, or recommendation. It sounds like Honorable Yellow Hair's recommendation would have to do with increased advertising of the job postings. So I'm just, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm just wondering if Controller Kirk, I believe Controller Kirk is on the line now. I'm wondering if she could address advertising attempts and recruiting attempts and so forth, and whether, such a recommendation would be helpful or so forth. Mr. Vice Chair.
Department of Justice, we're at the point of trying to decide on how to get these positions fulfilled, and the question was, should we utilize the COA or should we utilize the legislative concern, and then we would move forward on that. And I know you said that it's got to be feasible, so that's where we're at. We open the door again, we're going to hear it being rebutted and brought forth regarding the reasons why. We're just trying to ensure that these vacancy positions can be fulfilled in a certain time frame. Which do we use? Do we use the COA or do we use the legislative concern? That's where we're at, Department of Justice. And I think if I'm right, that's right. On behalf of what my chief, Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, is trying to get across so that we can put this in as a action item for this legislation that's still pending on 0186-20. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do not think that a COA would be fitting in this instance because of the requirements of the COA. If the committee wanted to proceed with a legislative concern, I would think that it would be a comment or a recommendation. The choices are comment, directive, or recommendation. So I would think that it would be either a comment or a recommendation at the committee's discretion, obviously. But that would be my response, sir, that it would be a legislative concern and not a COA, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mel, on that. We can go forward with that. Back to Jimmy Yellow Hair. According to DOJ's second opinion, that COA, the best bet would be to go to legislative concern. Although you can put in your comment or recommendation on how to address the vacancy. So back to you, Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Actually, I'm just two pro temp chair right now, and that's the Justice Department's opinion, and Neil here, I suggested we could do the legislative concern, and we'll provide a language in a friendly way, and not really in the saying just do it right. not by meaning. I'm not mean about this. I'm not mad or anything. I don't like to upset somebody else's mind too. I'm not doing this. I'm doing for our physical matters for our people to get jobs. Even yes, edition. I'm not about to get scratchy like this way. That's what is not good. Even in even respect and agree with the legislative concern, Neil, and also through my colleagues, committee, and thank you, my sponsor. This case in addition to this is not important to me. My job is do our job, and when that is still by key to deal with that. Like in a I'm not trying to hurt a feeling. All I'm doing is just have a very good government, and it's better for our people to have a good integrity. That's what I'm doing right now. Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Controller. I'd like to make a comment.
Just a second, Controller Shache. So on this, you're not going to be doing a legislative concern or an MOA for now? Is that what I heard?
I'm going to do a legislative concern. Since the COA is not recommended, it's not fitted to me. So a legislative concern, just want to go that route.
If you're going to do the legislative concern, can you put in the language on how do you want this legislative concern to be done? Like DOJ had said, it's either a comment or a recommendation on the vacancies. We can entertain that from there.
Question. Thank you.
So, I'll recognize Office of Controllers. We have decided to go with the legislative concern, and that's where we're at on that. Office of Controller, Ms. Kirk.
Otto, good afternoon. Otto Shache, Vice Chair, Ade, Pro Tem Chair, Ninigi, Otto, Ade, Yellow Hair, Korigi, Bayadash Tiegi, this afternoon, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I was on another call. There's a bunch of calls all day today, so I do apologize if you wanted me to be on some of these calls with you guys. But I caught the tail end of the concerns. Shizedi IFTG. Shitazindo I will say, and I know Robert Woolley was filling in for me, and he did explain the list that we prepared. We went through this budget process. We only got enough funds to fund the people, the occupied positions. So if there's no activity on hiring and so forth during the first quarter, it was because we had no money. Usually we get supplemental or what we call excess IDC money, and we don't get those monies until around late December or January. So that is the reason why on some of these positions we were unable to advertise and hire. So we presented the budget the other day.
All right, Annie. Have a good weekend.
Somebody mute your phones. So the other day, Wednesday, I do not have enough money allocated to me, to my division, to cover the existing employees. I don't. So I don't know how I'm supposed to advertise for positions if I don't have the budget and I'm short. So, Eshin hit our bum to that case. Peso attendo, budgets attend the no, but yet we're expected to advertise and fill these positions. So I don't know how clear to explain that. So in terms of some of these budgets or these positions, number one, we don't have the budgets. Last year, first quarter, we didn't have the budgets. We barely had enough to cover the positions that were filled. Auto, we finally got the excess IDC money, so we were able to advertise and start hiring. Auto, some of those positions became vacant in February, and so everybody knows here that the government shut down in March. So I don't know how I'm supposed to hire people when the Department of Personnel Management is closed, and they're telling us they're not processing documents. So, as everybody knows, the government recently opened back up. So, I don't understand what the concern is if I'm unable to hire, if I don't have any money, if the DPM is not open to process these documents. So, I don't know how clear I have to explain that. So, I don't know what the concern is. And on top of that, I know my staff has explained early today or just now about some of these positions. We advertise them. We don't get any applicants. I can't hire when there's no applicants. We advertise them. We interview and make an offer. I know in one position that happened twice. They turn us down. So I don't know how I'm expected to hire if I'm in a process, in a system where I offer them the most money. And then I know, Delegate Yellowhair, you were asking about the investment section. There's an investment manager position. I don't know if you know how technical those requirements are. One of the requirements is a certified financial analyst. There's probably no Navajo that has that. I'm hoping there was one. And there's also a certified investment manager, associate, I think is one of the other requirements. We created that position because we wanted that position to be technical. Obviously, you're aware of this. It's up to $5 billion in investment management. But I'm stuck because I can't offer double what I can offer because DPM is saying we're only limited to what the salary we can offer. So those individuals that have those certifications, they're not going to take a position here with Navajo for like half the pay they would otherwise get somewhere else. And I've been hopeful that there's a unicorn of a Navajo out there that could do it because they want to come home. But I can't find it. So those are the things that I deal with here at OOC. But whether you put in a legislative concern, I don't know how I'm supposed to do it if I don't have the budget. Because right now, I'm short. I can't afford the people that I have in these positions. So unless somebody's going to give me some money and have me hire people because there's a budget for it. But right now, that's not the case. So I just want to make that clear.
Thank you for that information and what the parameters are and the whole thing that's taking place and what's happening on the vacancies. Committee members, regarding the legislation 018620, I think there's one legislative concern that will be provided. Peggy, is there any others that we need to entertain on legislation 018620 regarding the revisits or this tabling legislation that was tabled? Now it's back on board. Peggy?
Oh, I was sitting there talking to myself. the handout that Ramona forwarded to the committee. Okay, so the second document that we have is the amendments to the exhibits A through E. These were corrected by the controller's office, and so those need to be added to the legislation as an amendment. Okay, so I don't know if you want to do these one at a time, because there's one other document that you have with that email, and this is 9 pages long. So, as an amendment, Vice Chair, to the legislation.
Thank you, Peggy. Exhibits A through E that needs to be corrected and added to the legislation 186-20, and it's 9 pages.
Yes, if you everybody got their handout, right? That Ramona sent them.
Committee members, did you guys get Ramona's handout? When was it sent? That's usually a good indication on where and how we can get this coordinated together.
Okay, it was sent at 3:42 today.
Yeah, committee members, can you look up the Ramona J. Nelson's email time at 3:42? And open those up, and we can open it up for discussion. I think that's under Exhibit A through E, amended PDF, if I'm correct.
And then, Chair, Vice Chair, excuse me, this is Peggy. You could also just do the amendment to the budget form 2 for the credit services as well. Since it's all under the same legislation, I don't think that would be a problem with Mel or Kristen.
Okay, who's got the language for this? Last one we had was, there was language provided, and then it was a motion, and there was a second on the language on the amendments, Amendment 1, Amendment 2. On the legislation we did is 0200-20. Could we have something written up like that? That way we can have a motion in a second.
I believe that would be Kristen's question.
Thank you, Peggy. Legislative Council, as well? Are you on board?
Yes, Chair, Vice Chair. I'm on the line.
Okay. Exhibits A through E, could we have amendment language so that we can entertain Amendment 1 for legislation 0186-20, make a motion in the second, and have that amendment pass for this legislation? Thank you.
I didn't, Vice Chair, I didn't actually do an amendment for the exhibits. I did an amendment for the body of the legislation. The exhibits are just swapping out one for another.
Thank you.
Do you want me to write that out? Do you want, I can write that out in an email, but that it doesn't. I guess what I'm saying is that doesn't go into the body of the legislation. So there's nothing in the body of the legislation that needs to be changed. You're swapping out documents, and also Budget Form 2 is not one of the Oversight Committee exhibits. That's a reference for the committee, but at this stage, for the oversight legislation, we're just working with exhibits A through E, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. How do we go about replacing A through E with the corrected ones? Do we just make it known on record that we're removing A through E that's incorrect and placing in the corrected ones as of today, or how's that going to be coordinated?
Yes. Yes, Vice Chair. So a committee member would need to motion words like motion for swapping out exhibits A, and it's actually D, Delta, Alpha and Delta, and substituting those for the ones that have been published with the legislation. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. So that would be for each exhibit. A committee member can say, I'd like to make an amendment for Exhibit A as an example, and that's passed. And then next one would be Exhibit B, and then the next one would be Exhibit whatever, all the way to E. Is that how that should be done, or could we just combine them all together and say A through E and make a motion in a second and vote on it?
You can do it in a batch, Chair. As long as it's stated on the record, exhibits, say A through E, corrected, and that the corrected ones that we've been given, we can add them all in a batch. That can be all part of Amendment 1. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Committee members, we have exhibits A through E. I'm hoping that you're on that through the email. That needs to be replaced with the corrected ones. There was an error on the ones that were first given to us. So I need a motion and a second.
Motion, Chair, Pro Temp Chair, motion Yellow here.
Delegate Brown, I'll second.
I have a motion by Honorable Yellow Hair and a second by Honorable Brown to swap out exhibits A through E. Any questions on this amendment, Amendment 1? No questions? I'll call for the question on Amendment 1. Chair Henio, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Chair Henio votes green for the record. Honorable Yellow Hair?
I vote green.
Honorable Yellow Hair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty?
Delegate Amber Kinnensville-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay?
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green on Amendment 1. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Vice Chair not voting. Amendment 1 has passed. Thank you, committee members, on swapping out the correct exhibits. Peggy, what's next on the revisit of the legislation 0186-20? We took care of the exhibits A through E. What's next on the list here? Shut in.
Okay. Thank you, Cecilia. The next one is the Form 2 for business unit number 907-001, which is the Credit Services Home Loan Program. There was some changes that were made to the goal statements that was requested, and I believe that this is one where the committee would ask OMB to insert those into the budget that moves forward. Kristen, how would you do the amendment on that one?
It doesn't need the legislation. I'm sorry, Vice Chair, if I may.
Legislative Council, go ahead and answer that question.
Yes, Vice Chair, members of the committee. So the budget form is for the committee's reference so that they know the program made the changes, and that form should be submitted to OMB. It's not going to be part of the oversight legislation per se, but it should be reflected next week when the program comes back before the oversight committee. So that's that's where you will see the change. The budget form 2 should be updated when the program comes back. They should give the proper form, the updated form in front of the committee, Vice Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Legislative Council. So there's no motion and second on this. It's just reflected on the budget 2 form as we go forth.
Yes, Vice Chair. You have, when the motion and second was made, when the directive was issued to the program, and then the program is presenting that to verify that they complied with the committee's directive. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. There was a directive. Peggy, do you recall the directive? Who was the motion party and second?
That was requested by Delegate Crotty, was to provide that information to amend the home loan goal statements, and I'm looking to see where that is in my notes. But she did request that those amendments be made, and so I'm not sure if Delegate Crotty is satisfied with the changes that were made with her request.
I appreciate that. Honorable Crotty, are you available to answer that?
Thank you, Vice Chair. The program did send me a new Form 2. If here it goes, or Peggy did. Let me just review real quick. I know we kind of went back and forth on it. Yeah, I think we're going in the right direction, and hopefully we could help as a committee help the home loan program with advertising and getting people to apply so that they could have their own home, right? That's what we all strive for. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. So on that Form 2, does everybody have that Form 2 in, or is that just given to you, Honorable Crotty?
Vice Chair, if I may, this is Peggy.
Go ahead, Shada.
That's the third document in that email that was sent by Ramona. That's all included in one document. I mean, one email. And it was emailed out to all the committee.
Thank you, Shada. It's under Business Unit 907001. That's the corrected form. Is that what we're referring to?
Yes, Vice Chair.
Okay. If I'm in order, need a motion on this? Form 2?
I need a motion.
I'm sorry, but who made the motion?
Henio.
Honorable Chair Henio makes a motion. Second by
Elmer
Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. This is Amendment 2 for Form 2. Any questions on Amendment 2? No questions? I'll call for the question. Honorable Chair Henio?
Green.
Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Yellowhair?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Crotty?
Delegate Andrew Cannonsball-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Brown? Honorable Brown? On Amendment 2.
Delegate Brown, vote screen.
Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Begay?
Vote green.
Honorable Begay votes green. We have 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Amendment 2 passes. Shraddha, what do we have next on the tabling motion to take care of?
Chair, this is Delegate Yellow here. I think we skip one here, one form here, form 3 on page 3 of 9. My understand, according to Mr. Garcia, did he say, I think there's one position, was it already filled? At that time, I asked for, give us a current one, the one you have now with that budget form 3. That is listings of positions and assignments by the business unit number. That is business unit number is a 907001 and Peggy Peggy Chair turn the floor back to you. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair Yellowhair, I'll see if Peggy can decipher what you're saying on that. We were moving forward, but Peggy, do you know what we're talking about here under Honorable Yellowhair?
If I remember right, the budget for the credit services home loan program had, well, the director, Mr. Garcia, indicated that they had 14 positions, but the Form 3 only reflected 13. Is that what you're talking about, Mr. Yellowhair? And he was wanting to know why there's only 13, but it was explained that the one position is still in litigation.
Thank you, Peggy. Shache, is that what you're talking about on behalf of the credit services? It was supposed to be 14, but there was only 13 reflected on Form 3. Shache. Honorable Yellowhair, you still with us?
Yeah, I was on mute. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, according to Mr. Garcia, there's 13 positions in the Form 3, and we said there is 14, but that one is let's see how they, how to do that. One was irregular as a full-time position in grievance. That one, I don't think he count that one unless that person's in one of his positions. And I asked for, can you give us a correction form, budget form 3, if this is updated? That's what I told Mr. Garcia. Because there's 3 vacancy positions, accountants and collection clerks and loan officer. Peggy, back to you, Lieutenant Chair.
There was a request from Credit Services to update Form 3. That's what I understand. Peggy, did we get that update from Credit Services? And was that requested? I don't recall. Maybe you have that in your notes.
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, Mr. Yellowhair did say that Form 3 needed to be updated, but I haven't received anything, and I know that these forms take a while through Department of Personnel. Previous years, historically, it's taken a couple or 3 days, before you can get these forms. from DPM to modify them because I think somebody over there has to print the document and verify it.
Committee members, Honorable Yellow Hair requested that Form 3 be updated, and currently we don't have Form 3 as an update. Legislative Council, since this was a request, what's our next move? Could we entertain this during NAVI, or could we entertain this during the revisits? How do we address this? According to Peggy, it takes some time to get an update from personnel.
Vice Chair, this is Kristen at Legislative Council. The best way to approach this may be to just have the committee show a revised Form 3 at the comprehensive hearing that begins next week. Again, this is not this is not an issue that would prevent the committee from voting on this legislation this afternoon, because that budget form will not be included as an exhibit to the legislation. It will be something that the committee can look at when it does the comprehensive budget hearing. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that, Legislative Council. Peggy, could you have that coordinated with comprehensive hearing? I heard somebody talking.
Vice Chair Smith, it's Henio.
Chair Henio, go ahead.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith and committee members. That's exactly what I was thinking about, what Tristan Lowell was talking about. And maybe we could get a signed copy from DPM so we can look at it as it'd be a copy from DPM explain the active positions. Because some of the copies I've seen in Form 3 and some of the budget programs, they're not signed by DPM. So if we could get that during the comprehensive budget hearing processes, then even it'll be an official copy. That's my 2 cents, Shananta.
Thank you, Chair, for that. We'll go ahead and acknowledge that and have DPM provide a signed copy for the comprehensive hearing. Could you note that down, Peggy, so that we'll have that in hand and we can provide that as the correct copy that Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Yellowhair, has requested. Ashwat Bigosh Che, Honorable Yellowhair.
Pro Temp Chair, too. Very perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take care of it that way, Peggy, and let's move on to where we were. Peggy, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair and members of the committee, I also emailed you the Veterans Trust Fund report from Brent Winika. I emailed that to you this morning. You wanted to know about the manager's fee, and if Brent is available, maybe he can expound on it if you still have questions. But this item doesn't impact the legislation either, you know. So it's really up to you how you want to treat that item.
Thank you, Peggy. What time did you send that to us so we can all get on that same wavelength and then open it up? And if there's any questions for Brent, we can entertain that. But let's find that email. Shut it.
Okay, I believe it went well. I was at the office this morning around I'm sorry, I apologize. I got bumped off the call. But that particular report, let's see. I believe it's really hard to say, but I did send it out this morning around 7, I believe it might have been 7:30, 7:45, sometime around there this morning. Let's see. I sent it out at 7:41 a.m. today. Okay. And also the Form 2, I sent that out at 7:40 this morning.
Hey, committee members, are you on the email with your forms?
Actually, Vice Chair, I'm sorry. Brent sent it out yesterday, Thursday, at 4:52 p.m. to the committee. And then what I did is this morning at 7:41, I sent it out to the controller, OMB, and Mel, and others. So you got it from Brent Winnica at 4:52 yesterday.
Okay, I'm on the Controller, Office of Controller Veterans Trust Fund. That was sent by Brent. I think I'm on the right page here. Committee members, are you on the same page as we are right now? There was an email sent, and there was a question about the report for the manager fee.
Pro Temp Chair, this is Delegate Yell here. I've got mine. I think this is it. There's a summary report on Office of Control related to Veteran Trust Funds FY20 Investment Manager expenses. And it says 827.20 on audit. I think this is it. The total cost is under our Veteran Trust Fund for a variance balance. You have $24,498,029.98. And budget available of 55.1%. Budget used 44.9. Is this what it is, Peggy?
Peggy, is this the right one that Yellow Hair is talking about, the Honorable Yellow Hair?
Yes, Vice Chair and members of the committee, that's the correct form. It's just a one-page report.
Okay, with that, committee members, we're all on the same page now. Peggy, what is the purpose of this email, and what are the next steps that we can take so that we can entertain this legislation 186-20?
Well, Vice Chair, thank you. And I believe it was just a request from Mr. Yellowhair. And it was provided to, let me see what my notes say. I know Brent indicated that he would provide this report, and I believe maybe, let's see, what does it say? He went through all the different trust funds, and then Jimmy was asking about how much of the money has been used in this trust fund, and what are the issues with the 2/3 vote to take the principal out, and then $307,000. What happened to that money? So Brent was just said that he would generate a report regarding this, and so those were the questions that were there. Jimmy, do you remember that?
I remember another one too. This is going to be it's going to be called to a legislation. Remember that there's $24 million in there for the veterans, and the people have to vote 2/3 vote in order to get their money out from there too, if they really want to get help. And I said, this shouldn't be to the people. It should be voted by veterans themselves, and then this is going to be go to legislation to file legislation instead of the people vote on it, because this is veterans' money. How can they get it? All the people are going to vote on 2/3 vote. It's going to be very hard. I said, let's maybe change the law and just give it to veterans, entire veterans who are registered in Navajo Nation and vote on Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead and answer that. If you have any information on that?
Well, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, I believe that you would have to do a legislation to change that policy on the trust fund. If that's what you want to do, is to give the veterans the vote to determine, when they want to use the principal of this fund, instead of allowing the people to vote. The vote requirement he thinks is too high. But that's
Vice Chair, this is Kristen. Vice Chair, this is Kristen. I need to weigh in right now.
Go ahead, Legislative Council. I was going to request that that be turned over to Legislative Council regarding the 2/3 vote legislation, and that's a whole different ball game that we'll be talking about. Legislative Council, go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry I had to step away from the phone, and I didn't catch if there was a question, but I just need to reiterate that if there's a question regarding legal advice, that it needs to go to Legislative Council or Department of Justice. Now Rodas is on the line as well, so either of us could answer a question in regard to amending the Veterans Trust Fund, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. There wasn't a legal question on it. It was just a formality of why this email was sent to us and where we're headed with this. And Honorable Yellow Hair was saying that maybe we could change this by legislation. And yes, if it's going to be changed by legislation, then that would be something that we would be entertaining regarding the Legislative Council or DOJ to guide us on how we can change the language so that the interest or the principal can be tapped into. But that's a whole different avenue. Right now, we're just talking about the report manager on the fee, and Brent was the one that sent this to us. Thank you, Legislative Council. So we have this. I'm sorry, somebody tried to chime in. Back to Honorable Yellow Hair, you have the form in front of us. It's unaudited by the Office of Controllers. Do you want Brett to kind of provide a report on this, on how much was used on the principal? And I think this doesn't affect the legislation on 186-20. It's just information that you're acquiring on behalf of that.
Okay, here, Donna, Pro Temp Chair. With respect, the law is already there. It says 2/3 vote by the people, but that can be replaced by only federal vote. And everything will remain as is, as the law, what the law was stated in there, in that rule. It is legislation. But with the respect, with this form, Mr. Winika, let him elaborate if he want to. She got things on this. I do 14 go excuse. She do Mr. Winika, city form. It's not a form. It's a worksheet. It's a plain worksheet. It's a summary, and let him elaborate. Thank you very much. Pro Temp Chair. Yeah.
Honorable Yellow Hair, we got the forms in front of us, and I don't know if Brent is online with us to provide us a summary, not everything in depth, if he can be available to provide that. on this report. I think that's what Honorable Yellowhair is requesting. But we're trying to just take care of the action items. Any amendments, any directives, any legislative concerns, appropriation, COAs and stuff like that, Shananda. But if we're going to go into reports again, that's going to take some time. So I'll give the benefit to Brent to just give us a quick, brief report on this report. Brent, are you there?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Juanita actually had a family emergency, so he's not available right now. I can kind of elaborate on it. The worksheet is actually just giving you the amounts that have been paid to the manager fees for the Veterans Trust. So if you noticed, as Mr. Delegate Yellowhair did indicate, he gave the percentages of how much was available and how much had been used, which was $178,787.63. That's all I've got right now, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Okay, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Let's move on. 오늘은 양 아이들 키즈나한테 어디서 어떻게 좀 나서 가도록해. 그래서 여해.
Order. To the respect. 여러분 위원장 질의 있습니다.
I was really talking and I was mute. Let's move on to the next item for action. Peggy, can we move on forward to what do you have on your notes?
Okay, the other thing that I have on my note was that when we first started out the reading of the legislation and all of that, and OMB did their report, they mentioned that 4 plans of operations needed to be updated, and I highlighted that in my notes. And that the committee you didn't say anything about how you were going to address that, so I'm just bringing it up for your attention. That's it.
Okay, so if there was no recommendation or no indication on how to do the 4 plans of operation, I'm sure that we can entertain that at a later time and date, but we still have other process to go through, and like we did with the one on the credit services for that comprehensive hearing, I'm sure we can entertain that. So keep that in the back of your mind and keep that as a side note there, Peggy. What's next on the action items to do?
Okay, so that you've done 2 amendments, and so now you can just go for the final vote, I believe, unless Kristen has any other comments.
I do not.
I had Peggy, on behalf of that, committee members, is there any other concerns or any other things that we need to discuss before we get the second reading on behalf of the legislation 186-20? We spent a lot of time on this, and we're ready to call for the question. Committee members. So let's get a second reading on behalf of the 2 amendments that were voted on, and then we'll call for the question on legislation number 0186-20.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. Amendment 1 was to swap out Exhibit A through E, and then Exhibit 2 was to swap out Form 2 for business unit number 907001. And those were the two amendments that were made, Mr. Vice Chair.
Abushin, back to the main motion. We had main motion was by Nathaniel Brown and also Honorable Crotty for legislation 0186-20. I will call for the question. On the main motion, Honorable Chair Henyo, how do you vote? I vote green. Honorable Chair Henyo votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair? Jay.
Okay, Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty?
Delegate Amber Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Brown, how do you vote on the main motion, legislation number 0186-20? Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote on the main motion?
I vote green.
Honorable Begay votes green. Back to Honorable Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Brown on the main motion. Honorable Brown is not voting. For the record, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Vice Chair not voting. Legislation number 186-20 pass. Thank you, committee members. Committee members, I think we still have business to take care of. Peggy, where are we at on this tabling? We took care of 186, which was tabled. We called it back on the agenda. Now we're moving on forward to entertain another tabled legislation. I think that was legislation number 187-20, if I'm right.
Let's see. 187 was passed, Vice Chair. We're going to the OMB legislation, which is legislation number 0196-20.
Thank you, Sheldon. On legislation number 0196-20 was tabled till today. It was tabled by motion party was Chair Henyo and second by Honorable Yellowhair. So I need a motion to call the legislation back on. Motion and a second.
I'll vote Yellowhair.
Motion by Honorable Yellowhair, second by
Elmer P. Begay.
Second by Honorable Begay. Any questions on the legislation being recalled on 0196-20? If not, I'll call for the question. Honorable Chair Henyo? Honorable Chair Henyo? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty? Honorable Amber Crotty? Honorable Nathaniel Brown? Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
Votes green. Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Brown votes green. For the record, Honorable Elmer Begay?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Chair Henyo? Honorable Chair Henyo? Honorable Amber Crotty? Honorable Amber Crotty? We have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, Vice Chair not voting to recall the legislation 0196-20. Thank you. We have it now on the agenda. Shada, can you give us the first action item?
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The reason that this was tabled was because the OMB requested to bring in an unmet need budget. And so the committee decided that they would go ahead and let the OMB amend Exhibit E for the legislation. So they were asked to provide the budget forms. And I believe I did see this in my emails today from OMB, and maybe Dominic's on the line. And I'm not sure if there was anything else that Kristen had questions about.
Dominic Bial is here.
Thank you, Dominic Bial, for being here. Thank you, Peggy. Tabling was purpose of the unmet needs budget by OMB. Has those new budget forms or the unmet budget forms been sent to us by email so we can all be on the same page? Peggy?
Vice Chair, I did receive a email from Bahi Batsili, and I got this at 3:02 this afternoon, and it's a memo, but I can't send anything out. I keep getting things bounced back with my email, so I'm hoping that somebody has the committee's email addresses to send us out. Kristen, I don't know if you've been in contact, maybe, or Ramona, you could contact them to send it to you.
Thank you, Peggy. OMB, do you have that form? This is a request from the OMB as an unmet need budget. Do you have that? And if you do, send it to the Budget and Finance Committee ASAP.
Yes, we do. Let me just add additional information. As Ms. Nakai indicated, you heard the OMB budget presentation yesterday, just about this time yesterday. And anyway, included in my particular request was consideration from the committee for an unmet need request to restore a position that was being eliminated in our regular budget. So I was instructed, therefore, to prepare a justification statement and then the budget forms to restore that particular position, and then a revised Exhibit E. That's the unmet need exhibit that would be appended to your legislation should you choose to support it. And as Ms. Nakai indicated, it was sent to her 152, I think she said. So I just heard her say now that I guess she's having trouble with her computer. So we can send it directly to the committee right now.
Co-Champ Chair, this is Doug Gideon here.
Thank you, OMB. Can you send that as soon as possible? Honorable Bill here, go ahead, you have the floor.
It is true what Mr. Bial has said. It's correct, but yeah, we don't have the copy, Mr. Bial. I was looking for it. I can't find it. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Bial.
We're going
Go ahead.
We'll wait for the computers. Wait for the budget forms. Please mute your phones, guys. We can hear conversation going on. We will wait. Who's speaking? I'm sorry.
This is Chair Henio.
Chair Henio, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, Shana, but this, just kind of thinking back, when did we discuss this item? I bet you it was Friday. I mean, Wednesday, I ended up on the CT. That was 2 days ago. Today's Friday. And they had ample time to email it to us. And there was a day in between, all day today. Last minute, that's on computer we can't have. And it should have been in our hands of how Mr. Brent Winika was real prompt with his information. He sent it to us right away. And they don't know about that. And I don't think it's, for me, they had ample time and we should move forward. I can't know Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Shenandoah. Chair, we can go ahead and call for the question without the unmet need budget, since that's been given enough ample time. So at this point in time, committee members, we'll call for the question on 016-20.
Delegate Crotty with the question.
Honorable Crotty, we are going to be voting here shortly, so recognize you for the question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Did we ever find out if any of this proposed budget, is it CARES eligible? I'm trying to remember what was line item vetoed. So is any of the payroll CARES eligible, or are we having that conversation? Thank you, Vice Chair. And it's regarding because there's this unmet need for a position. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty, that question can be posed to who you asking the question to. Back to you, Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Most Honorable Vice Chair Smith. That question will be directed to the Office of the Controller. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. That question will be posed. Go ahead, answer that. Pursuant to Honorable Crotty's request and question. Are we having a little difficulties, technical or something's going on by phone? Not sure what's happening. You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you too.
Thank you, Che. Apparently nobody wants to answer that question, Honorable Crotty.
Motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Okay, call for the question on 0196-20.
Mr. Vice Chair, can I say something?
I'm calling for the question on legislation number 0196-20. Chair Henio, how do you vote?
I can clarify something.
I have Chair Henio voting green. Honorable Yellowhair, Jimmy Yellowhair. On legislation number 0196-20. Main motion. Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty.
Delegate Amber Camus-Bach Crotty will vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Brown votes red. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Begay votes green. On legislation number 0196-20, we have 3 in favor and 2 opposed. Legislation 0196-20 has passed. Committee members, we have completed our tabling motions. Peggy, are we complete with our action items on behalf of revisiting the table and motions? Do we have any more that we need to?
Yes, you do have one more. It's the one that you tabled this morning. Is the Division of Human Resources, legislation number 0199-20. And that was modification to a goal statement to develop a plan for a retirement package. There was a lot of questions about a livable wage for retirees for the retirement fund. And then, so that was the reason why it was tabled. There's a vacant position also. The budget form 1 needs to be amended. Those types of questions were there.
Okay, thank you, Shada, for tabling that we done this morning on 0199-20. I need a motion to recall.
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Motion by Honorable Crotty. Second. Need a second.
Second by Delegate Brown.
Second by Honorable Brown. Committee members, any questions on the recall? If not, I'll call for the question. Chair Hanyu, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Hanyu, how do you vote on the recall?
Green.
Honorable Chair Hanyu votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair?
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty?
Delegate Crotty votes green. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The Vice Chair not voting. Motion carries. That recall on legislation number 0199-20. We have a main motion on the floor. That's by Elmer Begay and also second by Nathaniel Brown. Advisor Shada, can you update us on what action items that we need to take care of and entertain on this legislation? You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair and members of the committee. For business unit number 714001, retirement funds, the budget form 2 needed to revise goal statements regarding the living wage of $810. And then for business unit 714002, Department of Retirement Services, they had to have a correction for their budget form 1, and then they also had to address their goal statements for the budget form 2. There was questions about impacts to COVID and how they were to set up their program so that it's something that could be done telephonically or virtually for the so they don't have to go to the office to visit. I'm sorry, I'm really tired. But anyway, that was those were some of the comments that were made, and I think Delegate Crotty has information about this. The program was asking her questions about whether their goal statements was what she wanted. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Advisor Shada, Peggy. Regarding the budget form on 741001, has that been provided by the retirement funds for the 810? Has that been emailed to us? And also the correct form for Form 1 for Business Unit 741002. And is there a goal statement on the COVID-19 setup for teleconference and other means of communication rather than being in a room trying to conduct business? Has those been forwarded to the Budget and Finance Committee members so we can act upon it?
Vice Chair, could I think Andrea may be on the call. Maybe she can provide some information because I haven't seen any revised budget forms. Only questions to Ms. Crotty about her statements, her goal statements, proposed language.
I'll turn the floor over to Andrea. Andrea, are you on board with us this afternoon regarding these two items that are pending for revisit on the table in motion? Andrea?
Good afternoon, Chair. I just now got a signature from Dr. Fowler in reference to the Form 2, and I'm emailing it to Peggy right now. Oh, shoot, I didn't know.
Vice Chair, could I ask that it be sent to Kristen or Ramona, please? Or even Chair Henio.
Peggy, that's what I was going to step in to say. Please, Andrea, it's kind of late in the afternoon. Our minds are probably getting kind of mushy right now, but could you email that to the Ramona so she can send it out to either one of us or someone that has the capability of sending it out to all the Budget Committee members, or maybe just send it to Budget Committee members on BNF if you can. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Peggy. Okay. I'll have everybody.
Okay, Vice Chair, she has the budget form 1 for 714001, and also the budget form 2 for 714001.
Oh, 714002. I'm sorry, Peggy, on the email. It's the 714002 that I emailed you. I mislabeled.
Committee members, Andrea has sent the email to us. Should be popping up on your laptop. Open those up so we can conduct business on this. Once we get this for Business Unit 741001 and 741002, is that a requirement for an amendment on behalf of getting these forms in, or we just do a motion and swap them out? Give me some guidance on that. Legislative Council?
Vice Chair Smith, these budget forms that we're talking about are not exhibits for the Oversight Committee legislation. So, again, this was a discussion item, and the committee can, it's just in front of the committee to confirm that it was done, and then once the committee confirms that, then the members can vote on the legislation, but they won't directly impact the Oversight Committee legislation. They will, however, be necessary for the comprehensive budget legislation that we'll be discussing next week. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Legislative Council. So we don't need to make an amendment to entertain an amendment. All we need to do is have one of the members see a motion in a second, And then we call for the question on the budget form and business unit 741001 and then 741002, and combined through all that updated.
No, Vice Chair. Can I start over again?
Yes, like I said, it's getting late. Brains are getting kind of mushy.
Yeah, I totally understand. Okay, so all you have to do as committee members is verify that it was done to your satisfaction, what was requested. But unless it is pertaining to Exhibit A, B, C, D, or E, or something that needs to go in the body of the Oversight Committee legislation, then you're just verifying that it was done to your satisfaction. You do not need to amend the legislation, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that clarification. Just been a little obtuse. It takes a little while to sink in, but committee members, once you got this opened up, let's do a concurrence on the correct forms that were sent by Andrea. Do you have your laptops open up to these forms, committee members? I'll take that as a yes. Any questions on the forms, committee members, for Andrea?
Chairman or Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Cardi.
Honorable Karate, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Quickly, my forms look the same. Is my email mistaken?
Honorable Karate, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question. Try it again.
Sorry, Vice Chair, the email that I just opened up, Budget Form 2, it's the exact same language. Let me relook. What was changed on Budget Form 2?
Thank you, Honorable Karate. I just got to the Form 2. Which language are you specifically talking about? Is it under Part 2 or Part 3 of the Form 2?
Maybe if Andrea can help me understand what was changed. This looks like the same document that we reviewed this morning. What changes were made for Budget Form 2? Thank you.
Honorable Karate, I'll recognize that. And Andrea, you have the floor to answer that question. Do we have Andrea on board with us? Or did we drop call?
No? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have the floor, Andrea.
Okay, so it was on the budget unit 714001, the goal statement number 3. In the presentation from this morning, it was recommended that we change the goal statement. And based off of Honorable Cardi, I did change it, and that's the one I emailed it. The wording is different, but maybe the interpretation may be the same. I don't know. I emailed Honorable Cardi to get some clarification, and I didn't get a response, so I just went with what I had. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Honorable Yellowhair, go ahead.
on that the Form 2, on that the business unit number 714002, and that one is, I have the same copy on that one, because the signature is different from Fairleigh Fowler. The first one, it has a different signature, and the day you submitted is no date on it, so the figures are all the same. There's no change. It's all stay the same. You said the same one, but the signatures changed though.
Okay, Jay, I'll have Andrea answer that question, and then we'll go back to the committee members. Andrea, it's a question posed by Honorable Yellowhair on Form 2. Andrea, are you on the line with us?
Yes, I'm here, and apparently, I guess I attached the wrong one. The one, let's see. Hold on. We rely so much on technology. Let's see. So is this on Budget Form 1, Budget Form 2. What I did is I had to scan it, and then I have to reload it. So, this is the one. Okay, new mail. I'm sorry.
Vice Chair, can I say something, please? This is Peggy.
Committee members, I think there's a glitch in this. Peggy, go ahead. I'll let you speak.
Okay, thank you. For the retirement funds, it was just Budget Form 2 regarding the $810. And I remember Delegate Crotty was asking to see if you could reevaluate that whole amount, that is to possibly update that whole amount that's paid to the retirees. And then the one for the Department of Retirement Services was a correction on the Budget Form 1 and also goal statements on the Budget Form 2 regarding impacts of COVID-19 and how you were addressing that on your Budget Form 2. And those were the two items that I have in my notations.
Thank you for that clarification, Shada. We're waiting for the correction on Budget Form 2, and committee members, that was pertaining to the $810 under the business unit number 741001, and under business unit 741002, there was a need for the correction on Form 1. Form 2 was supposed to have a goal statement regarding the COVID pandemic statements on how they're going to address that. But let's continue with the Budget Form 2 that we have in our hand under Business Unit 741001, and then we'll entertain 741002. Andrea, are you ready? Do you have the right form?
Yeah, I believe I do. I'm just loading it right now.
Chair, please, Delegate Yellow here.
Honorable Yellow Hair, go ahead.
I try not to be ahead of you, but on the 714002 business unit number, that's correct. It's in here, some computers. So that's pretty good on that one. I think that's the one that we had questions on. That's clear, 714002. When it comes to it, it's in the computer. Maybe that's yeah.
Okay, I sent the right forms now, and I guess I misunderstood Honorable Crotty in reference to the COVID on the business unit 714001 on the gold statement. And so that's why, I did change it, but the 810 is still the same. And the question was, the question was, that was a low pension amount for our retirees, but that's how it's coming out. And the 714002, I did make the correction because that's where it showed in column C the difference of where Honorable Yellow Hair was saying that it should be red and black. So the on the personnel expense line item that shows how get that correction for me.
Chair, that's clear, don't Chair.
Okay, Andrea, thank you for sending the revised on the forms. Trying to get on the same page here as everybody.
Mr. Vice Chair, I have a question for Kristen. Just to, could I ask this question, please?
Peggy, go ahead with the question to City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a question for Kristen. We will be, the Budget and Finance Committee will be looking at the Division of Human Resources budget during the comprehensive budget process. So would it be okay to allow the program to provide the revised budget forms at that time?
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Legislative Council.
I certainly have no problem if that's how the committee wants to handle it. As I mentioned before, it's not part of the budget forms that we are discussing at this revisit are not part of the oversight legislation. So it doesn't it doesn't prevent you from taking any action on the oversight legislation. It's just a matter of what the wishes of the committee are. But certainly that's acceptable as well, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that, Peggy, and also Legislative Council. Committee members, we have an option to try to fix this right now, or we can do that during the oversight legislation and have it done correctly. That way, Peggy can make sure that all these forms are in order when we're doing the oversight legislation and work with the Division of Human Resources. We can pass this legislation tonight as is and bring this back up during the oversight legislation. Committee members.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crutch. I could work with Andrea and Peggy, and I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, if that's the case of this, then I can call for the question under 0199-20. We have a motioning party by Honorable Elmer Begay and second by Nathaniel Brown. If there's no concerns on this legislation, I will call the question. But first, I'll ask for anybody that wants to speak on this legislation.
Chair, this is Delegate Yellow here. These are some of these very minors, and one has already been correct. The business unit number pertains to that legislation, 714002. That's correct. That's pretty good. Finding that I saw on the computer on that one. So, because I thought, oh, it can be inserted. I thought these need some there. That I'm done. I thought, I don't think that was it. Don't that it is something. Business unit number 14002, form 2, page 2 of 3. That was clear. The two. Quit here. Thank you.
Che, what we can do is we can just leave these out right now and then entertain that during the oversight legislation, have the correct forms for all these Form 2 and also the goal statement that's supposed to be in this Form 2, which is not in the goal statement regarding the COVID-19. That's not in there right now as we speak on behalf of this under legislation 0199-20. So I'll call for the question on 0199-20. Honorable Chair Henio? I vote green. Honorable Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair?
Pro Temp Chair, as we speak on this legislation, what concerns me on the issue was I think it should be still in it. These vacant seats are still there with officer controllers and other office. Just more maintained to continue. By that time, I'd like to put this back on the floor too. I don't know. Don't the seat in it also. That one. It all office is not it other chair. I'll vote green now. Thank you.
For the record, Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Crotty? How do you vote?
Crowder votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't mean to say that, but getting a little tired here. So Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Honorable Brown on legislation number 0199-20, main motion. How do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote? Elmer Begay?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. We have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Vice Chair not voting. Legislation 0199-20 has passed. Peggy, do you have anything else that we need to consider? We're still on number 6, revisits, final recommendations on behalf of this.
Vice Chair, thank you. I believe that's it. You did pass 200-20. So, and the amendments were made and everything, so that's all fixed. So, number 9 revisits, final recommendations, and then the adjournment. So you can adjourn, and then we won't be having our special meeting on the 2nd, or on the 31st, Monday. But we do, and I don't know if you'll allow me to go ahead and ask for a meeting maybe on the 2nd is when we're supposed to have our budget hearing, but legislation number 0215-20 goes live that day, and that's the audit. for the Navajo Nation audit. And Tom Platero indicated that the council is circulating a petition to have a special session to pass the audit. So he wanted to see if we could have a meeting prior to the budget hearing starting on the 2nd. The 1st, we do have our regular meeting scheduled, but that legislation doesn't go live until Wednesday. Just FYI on that.
Chair Agushi, thank you. Chair. Honorable Yellowhair, go ahead.
Tell Peggy, name those dates, just don't say on Wednesday. What date are you talking about? Yeah, something that should be Peggy. Date with upper for touch. Is say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 2000, because, Chair, just my concern. To Betty Peggy here.
Agushi, Che, can you reiterate that, Peggy, with the dates on behalf of Honorable Yellowhair's request, and then I'll call for the adjournment.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I did have a special meeting scheduled for Monday, August 31st at 1 o'clock. And that was if the legislations were still not completed. But we've done all the work today. So that we're just going to not have that meeting. And so then on the dates for the comprehensive budget hearings are supposed to be from September 2nd through the 8th. And so September 2nd, or let me back up, September 1st is our regular meeting, Budget and Finance Committee, and there's going to be some legislations for other business and stuff. But what I mentioned was that the legislation for the audit, the Navajo Nation audit for 2019, becomes available on Wednesday, September 2nd, for consideration by Budget and Finance Committee. From there, it goes to the NABI Committee and then to the Council. And Tom Platero indicates that there is a petition circulating to have a special session with the Council. So we need to have a special meeting on the 2nd Wednesday, maybe prior to the budget hearing starting or at the noon recess, or I'm not sure how you want to go about it. So that's what I wanted the committee to consider. And so then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and so forth, up to Tuesday, the next week is the time that we have for the comprehensive budget hearing. And remember that Monday, the 7th, is a holiday, a federal holiday, Labor Day. So just letting you know. Eshako, Jimmy.
Ako, Johnny, ata. Because today, I think, I'm trying to call it on the but at the end of the day, you mentioned things out of time to injury. You mentioned the time. Is it all at 10 o'clock? Chair, that's my question. Good job, Chair.
Honorable Yellowhair, we haven't decided what time. We haven't decided all these things. It's just been presented to us. It's up to the committee members to recommend and make suggestions. So we're at that point in time. Yes, Vice Chair Chris is Chair Henio. Chair Henio, go ahead.
Since we are in the meeting mode and you're still chairing, I'd like to suspend the flow rules on the agenda to add an action item, which would be to schedule a special Budget and Finance Committee meeting for Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020, for the legislation 215-20. I believe that's what the correct legislation number is. That's our motion.
I'll second on that one, Chair.
Shannon, my phone just dropped. Could you reiterate? I heard something about motion in a second. Getting a little weather out here. So, Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Vice Chairman, I was saying that I'd like to suspend the floor rules to add an action item while we are in the meeting mode, and AAS to add a scheduling of a special session for Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020, being the committee meeting. This way, Peggy can have ample time to get the notice posted.
Okay, I'll recognize your suspension of the floor rules as a motion. Do we have a second on this?
Yellow hair. Delegate Yellow hair.
Okay. And we have a motion and a second. The motion is by Honorable Chair Henio and also second by Honorable Yellow Hair on the suspension of floor rules. Any questions on the suspension of floor rules? I will call for the question on the suspension of floor rules for the add-on of September 2nd, 2020. Honorable Jamie Henio, Chair. Green. Honorable Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Delegate Yellow hair votes green.
Honorable Yellow Hair votes green. Honorable Crotty.
Delegate Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. 5 in favor. We have suspended the floor rules, so this is added on. Now, discussion to put the meeting at a certain date. Chair Henio?
Yes, Vice Chairman. Scheduling a special Budget and Finance Committee meeting to address the legislation that needs to be passed urgently. I believe it's 215-20, which is accepting the annual audit for Wednesday, September 2nd, 2020 at 10 o'clock in the morning. Let's make it early at 9 o'clock in the morning. And so therefore we can do that. And then start our comprehensive budget hearings after we finish the BNF committee meeting. Shananta.
I'm returning again. Dropped phone call. I think my phone's getting tired too. I heard that the motioning party is going to request for September 2nd, 2020 at 9 a.m. Wednesday. Motioning party by Honorable Chair Henio. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Honorable Brown. Any questions on the special meeting?
This is Chair Henio, Vice Chair.
Go ahead, Chair Henio.
Chair National, Vice Chair Smith, and committee members. Question to our Legislative Counsel, Kristen Lowe. There's usually a time when it becomes available. So what time Wednesday would this legislation be available? That's my question.
Legislative Counsel, Chair. Yes, go ahead, Legislative Counsel. Go ahead and answer the question.
As long as it's after midnight, it's ready Wednesday. It's ready Wednesday at 12:01 a.m. So you can have it as early as morning. There's no.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Legislative Council. I kind of broke off, but you said that as long as we're having a meeting after 12:01 Wednesday morning, we can convene. Does that answer your question, Chair Henio?
Oh, diga.
Akushi, I'll call for the question on the special meeting. Chair Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Chair Henio votes green. Should say Honorable Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Cadence-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. For the record, Honorable Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Brown votes green for the record. Honorable Begay? Eleanor Begay?
I vote green.
Honorable Begay votes green. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting. Committee members, any other action items that we need to discuss before we call for an adjournment?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Henio again.
Yes, Chair, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, this is for Legislative Council. Do we need action to disengage the meeting for Monday at 1 o'clock? Since we already took care of all the legislation, or we just send a memo out saying it's been canceled?
Thank you, Chair Henio. Legislative Council, you may respond to that. Legislative Council, are you still with us? I think the weather's acting up and most of us are dropping calls. Legislative Council, are you still there?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, just letting you know that there has been no agenda posted for this meeting for Monday. Although I had a draft, but that's not been, sent out or anything like that. So we can send a letter to Speaker, I believe, to say that we're not going to have a meeting if you'd like.
Vice Chair Smith?
Chair Henio, go ahead.
Okay, Shane, we can take care of it that way, and let's move on. I motion to adjourn.
We'll recognize that, and also a motion to adjourn by Chair Henio, and also second by Honorable Yellowhair. Motion to adjourn. Call for the question. Chair Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Chair Henio votes green. Honorable Yellowhair?
Good evening, everyone. Before I vote green, later the concept Perlin.
I'll go green.
So, Altonan, this is for a Perlin. She's still around there. Perlin?
Master Che, we're on the adjournment.
Okay, I'll vote green on adjourn. I'll vote green.
For the record, green for Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty votes green. Honorable Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Delegate Brown, for the record, votes green. Honorable Begay, how do you vote?
Shall might go green. Green,
Honorable Begay, green. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting. Have a good evening. We will be back tomorrow for WETF and Nabikietski again at 1 o'clock. So please get some rest and be careful. What time are we adjourning at? 6:18 p.m. 6:18 p.m. is the time we have adjourned. Thank you very much, B&F committee members. You guys have been a great team. Good job. Thank you.
Good job, Vice Chair. Good job.
Good job, Satu.
Everybody did a great job. Good job. We're done.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, everyone.
Hasta luego, amigos.
Yellow hair squish.
Patahana in Los. Na hoogheid na ano.
Yeah.
Kadaini.
I like when there's the 20 guys that go home.
Oh.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.